1 2 1 2. It's a very bright morning right down here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval in the city of Seven Hills, Kampala City, Uganda, the capital city of Uganda, in match day number 5 of the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament, a tournament that has proved that has not fallen short of surprises, intrigues, and all sorts of drama and action. My colleague Ali Ron was caught up with the captains in the center, and let's see what transpired there. You had it all. That is it from the center. The two captains are pitching their insights into how they'll be going about this game. Well, the boys from the Bunyonyi Warriors are already in the pitch. Those are the pitchers. Those are some of the pitches. The two very prominent and senior umpires in the cricket circuit in Uganda, Patrick Makumbi alongside Simon Kintu. And there you go, the boys. Robin Sobuya in your picks there alongside his Army, having those last, you can see those last words from Fred Achelam, and there you go, the slaps there, the claps in there to sort of get the tone moving. Of course, I'm not alone in the comms box. Alongside my colleague was Aaron in the center, Mike Indico. Been a while we don't catch up in the comms box. Here we are at the Great Lakes T20 Men's Tournament. A lot of action, a lot of intrigues. But the toss, Chelam winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, and the particular response he gave you that he's not looking at any kind of score. This is the T20. I don't know. He's not rather keeping his mind fixed at a particular score. Maybe, I don't know why, but do you think that's the ideal decision, not to have a target? Maybe I want to restrict this team at this score.
Thank you, Yassine. Good morning. Good to have you here with me again. It's been a while indeed. And interesting question, because I was also surprised by that answer. But in hindsight, from his explanation that, you know, with this kind of tournament and the T20 duels they've been having, the context or the wisdom is that they don't want to put themselves under any pressure or any kind of illusions. They want to take it as it comes. I think that's how I understood him. And more importantly, they want to be ready for any surprises and adapt as the game goes on.
Well, the two very aggressive batters, Fad Mutagana alongside Charles Musemeza, striding onto the pitch to get the business as usual. Of course, Fahad Mutagana making his international debut in Mumbai alongside Charles Musemeza making his debut down in Namibia for the Cricket Cranes. They've done such a formidable job in the Great Lakes Men T20 tournament. Side with the most power play runs, Mburo Blasters at the moment with 280 runs in the power play. And of course minimizing the wickets column with only 6 wickets in the power play. Stage is all set. It's a bright sunny day. The weather, the heavens have been pretty considerate. No reduced game, no washed out. It's all been intact. 20 overs. Dafabit, of course, bringing you this action-packed tournament. Anas Beg in there, fresh from clinching that gold division championship along in the Dondando B colors. Musa Majid not in the best of control, but there you go. Anas Beg has had a stellar performance with our Tornado Bays who have just clinched their championship after 10 years.
Yeah, interesting. Reality is happening.
That was pretty much slapped there from Charles, but lacked that direction. Possibly could have angled it a little more squarer to possibly earn that boundary. But there you go, Musa Majid getting in back after that illegal delivery earlier on.
Well, in the power play period where there's a restriction on players, the particular field placements are very interesting for the Bunyonyi Warriors. They opt for a third man and deep square or deep point. And probably that explains why they're trying to cut off the scoring options that Charles Musemeza often utilizes, especially earlier on in the power play. So I think everything is going according to the plan of the Bunyonyi Warriors so far. Fad Mutagana, another one who is always a busy batter there in the middle.
Two wide for Musa Majid. It's just the first over. You've given the duty. I feel it's quite so early to say. Maybe it's the pressure. Is it the form of the batters? Was he just aware this is the team with the most runs in the power play?
Yeah, indeed, it's a combination of many things. But also I'm looking at the back-to-back games that these young men are getting to play. Thankfully for us here in the Combs, we keep rotating. We have some days off, some rest days. But these young men are always at it. This is match day number 5. They've been at the job. It's only the night's rest that they have. It's never an easy task. So at times, and depending even on the preparations, you may find in a moment the bowler gets to be a bit haywire earlier on in the game.
Oh, edged. Was that a real an opportunity? Was that put down? Let's look at that into the replays. Yes, that's a flying edge. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Where was Fred Achelam looking when that simply whizzed past him?
Part of the challenge is that healthy edge of the Fad Mutagana's bat. Again, it goes back to the dynamics of the game right now.
Shuffled on the off stump. Toshed. That is flying so high. Yes. First maximum of the day. What a way to make a statement on day 5 from Fahad Mutagana.
Yeah, a little shimmy across, accessing the leg side. Doesn't get most of that ball, but it's just enough to carry it across beyond the boundary ropes. And he will get his maximum first over in the very first over. Fahad Mutagana, very aggressive and busy batter indeed, as we said.
Oh my goodness. Innovative there, and all the way sending it to the boundary, making the fans there pretty much busy. 6 number 2 for day 5 and 6 number 2 for Fahad Mutagana.
Once again, a little shuffle towards the off, and he picks it up very well. Strong wrists from Fahad Mutagana, and it's good to see. I think it's Harsh Panchal already warming up how to take the boundary catches, but he's beyond the ropes, so it's maximum.
Water was again not so unforgiving for Fahad Mutagana, this time crashing it over. Fortunate there, all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. And Nasbeg not quite getting it of the current proceedings here.
He just once again moves a little shuffle into the offside and picks it up, guides it over cover point for another comfortable boundary. A very healthy over for the Mburo Blasters, getting a whole 23 runs, of course, thanks to those 2 wides as well. But 21 were off the bat, and it's already the kind of perfect picture that the Mburo Blasters can only hope for and asked for. They've already received from the 2 batters out there in the middle.
And well, that brings the end of the first over with the score 23 for no loss. What a day we poised for. It's just 6 balls and already 2 sixes on the scorecards. But that brings Joseph Baguma into the attack from the shell end. Those 2 sixes in the previous over, taking to Mburo Blasters power play 6 sixes to 17. And yet 5 overs to go. Mburo Blasters continuing to just hit the ball for fun. Anybody out there could be thinking this is a very easy job to do, to just hit this ball out of the park, just so easy like that. But that's what everyone is clinging to. Baguma into the attack from the shell end. Oh my God, what a turn there. Almost on the 4th stump and close to the middle stump in the end there. Open chest stance there from Charles Msemeza. What do you think is the wisdom behind that? Is that an open chest stance towards Baguma? Oh, another ripper there from Baguma. Charles Msemeza nowhere close to finding the proper solution to that. Baguma sending who was more of a deep mid wicket, a little more, changing the angle to sort of. Oh, I mean, again, a swing and a big swing and a miss there. Oh my goodness. Brilliant piece of fielding there from the young side, the deep alongside Jonathan. That kind of turn that Baguma is generating.
Yeah, it's a strip of about 5 days in already, 4 days played, and it's the 5th day. So certainly this strip, that particular wicket, will take some turn, and that is the wisdom indeed of having Baguma Joseph opening the bowling.
This time round just plays on the turn. Charles Msemeza sends him all the way to the dressing room. You can't just be, I'm not here to be pampered.
Picks it up early, slog sweep, making sure that he plays with the turn. Very effective. Another maximum. Indeed, his shot number 6. He's dealing in sixes.
Two batters, all third six, 19. That makes it 26s for Mburo Blasters in the power play. With 3 overs to play, 3.3 overs to play. Are we in for another 6 first? Two sides and 2 points separating each. Of course, Mburo Blasters being on top of the Bunyonyi Warriors. Oh, third stamp. Just Charles Smith stepping across and making good use of that bounce and new ball on the shine on the ball and smacking it all the way.
Once again, dropping it short. And this time, Charles Musemeza just using the turn, making sure he guides it further away from Fortunate Alijuna, who is a deep square. He's now moved a little finer, still in the square position.
Once again, one knee there, all the way above Fortunate Alijuna. No solution is coming up for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Picking up early the sight of the ball, the right length, right line, intentionally going aerial. And hence, the result is again another 6.
Oh my goodness, we can't stop talking about sixes. Charles Musemeza is hitting sixes for fun here. It's easy work for Charles Musemeza.
This time, slog sweep through the mid-wicket region. Another sighter. And at the moment, early in the day, is already disturbing the peace of the birds that are perching and flying over that particular area you can see in Kampala here.
It's 24 runs every over, making it 48 runs for no loss after 2 overs. It's early days on, but you can see already Simon Kintu, the umpire, having a look at the ball. Oh my goodness, what message does it go through the Bunyonyi Warriors? Just over number 2, the umpire has to be looking at the ball. Robin Sobuya there walking back, knowing the kind of daunting task they will have just in case this sort of momentum from the Mburo Blasters keeps going that way. Simon Okechu into the attack from the Kampala road end.
It's a subdued body language for sure. You must feel for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Tossed up, outside off stamp. Oh my goodness. That is smashed over and right over the side screen. Should be a new ball. Should be summoned anytime from now. That's a pure gift to Fahad Mutagana. It's a competition between Fahad Mutagana and Charles Musemeza as to who goes for more sixes. Currently, Fahad Mutagana standing at 26 off 6 balls. Charles Musemeza 23 off 7. I'm just wondering what kind of conversations these two batters are having with the way they are making the job look pretty much easy. This is total carnage from the two batters there. Currently, Charles Musemeza standing number 2 in the batting ranks in there with 173 runs, smacking 21 fours, 9 sixes, 2 half centuries, and with a healthy strike rate of 164. This is total carnage from the Mburo Blasters. coach in there, Roger Mukasa, former Uganda international, having those words for their side to sort of get back into the game.
They will certainly need every kind of intervention. Of course, earlier on the thought was to have Roger Mukasa maybe as a coach player, but he opted to give the option to the youngster in Amir Ochaya, the wicketkeeper. And as it stands at the moment, they will need every kind of encouragement and exhortation.
There's a prolonged discussion there from the umpires to find, of course, as the rule says, new ball gets damaged or lost in under 3 overs, then that means subsequently a brand new ball has to be brought in. And that's exactly the two senior umpires making sure everything is in place. Charles Msemeza alongside Fad having that deep to sort of quench the thirst because there was so much blazing over here in Kampala. Fred Chilam there approaching the umpires to understand what direction they'll be taking, but I'm very certain he knows what exactly is going to be happening, but he has a choice to pick from the new balls.
Interestingly, like we just noticed before even Simon Okecho could bowl his first ball, the body language of the Munyonyi Warriors needed an immediate technical intervention. It clearly shows their shoulders are all, they're crestfallen, they're down. They need to be psyched up, maybe by picking up a wicket, and that is always the only option. When the batters are very aggressive, there is no option but you need to pick a wicket. Hence, that is why the circumstances are now that the game is still very much poised in the favor of Mburo Blasters.
The formalities are done. Charles Msemeza keeping up with that touch of jog there to sort keep of his blood keep boiling and just keep sending those balls across the park. Simon Kintu in there with that brand new ball. Mike speaking about those sulking shoulders from the Bunyonyi Warriors. With the sort of carnage they are going through, I don't think it gets any better when you keep in mind that you have the top batter still yet to come in, Riyazat Alisha, the man with the strike rate hovering at 204, and yet you have 2.1 overs gone, 54 runs.
Yeah, it's part of the experience at this higher level. You have to be ready.
Shot, pumped, and Mulongo right into it. And Fahad has to be walking back.
Well, like we say, definitely the only option is to pick up a wicket. That is the only go-to position. And a bit of break between the lost ball and the intervention from the coach player there, Roger Mukasa running in with the water. As you can see there, Simon Okecho this time dropping it just slightly short, but a good turn takes it out of the proper carving arc of Fad Mutagana, who doesn't get the most of that ball and manages to just hold out to Paul Mulongo right there in the mid-wicket. He'll feel a bit distraught because this was a good opportunity and a good day to even go on and score a century. When you have such a start as a batter, you want to still make it count at the end of the day. And I will introduce Riyazat Ali Shah, captain, finding already the warm Charles Msemeza in the middle.
I feel Fahad Mutagana could have played much better. What could he have done much better? Because that ball, I feel he had enough width with it to have the time to just smack that ball a little more higher. Was it the point in strength?
Well, the ball is a bit skiddy. Remember, it's a new ball. It's only 2 overs gone. So the bounce will not be like any other spinner's bounce. It will tend to skid onto you. It sort of rushed him a bit. And as you can see, he tried to pull it the orthodox way as opposed to trying to pull it further into cow corner region.
Well, the captain is welcomed with one wide off stump, and guess what? He just stonks that one all the way to open up his proceedings with a fast racing maximum Riyazat Alisha.
He's already taken for a liking for Simon Okecho there, recognizing the width on offer. He steps out and gives it a full proper swing, making the most of the Lugogo cricket oval. Riyazat Alisha, what a way to open up your account with a maximum. More pressure onto the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Another one, big one. This time one goes bigger and bigger. Should be going. Yes, that is onto the track on Ginger Road. Another new ball sent out of the park. Oh my goodness. This is a Riyazat Ali Shah show.
This time, full flexing of that ball, flexing his muscles. It is a maximum. Thankfully, there is not much harm to the vehicle over there on Ginger Road.
That palm, that fist bumping there between the two guys who have had a very stellar tournament, just hitting sixes. You can see the smile on Riyazat Alisha. They've continued to hit sixes for fun. It's just like but again, the Bunyonyi Warriors now having those mid-wicket conversations. How do we get out these two monstrous batters who are simply hitting sixes for fun? Feel once again they'll be playing again. They'll be picking a new ball. Remember, it's under 3 overs. Another new ball has to be used once again. Does that come to your advantage? Does that play out in the other opponent? Because now they have to use a new ball.
Actually, a new ball right now works to the advantage of the Mburo Blasters, the batters. Why? It's as though they are always playing that new ball, you know, in the very first over. Hard, crisp, everything is perfect. And so it's still to the advantage.
There you go, the replay from Fad Mtagana. Just played a no-look, angled in towards the hips, and all he did was swivel through. New ball, new shine on it. You would expect just with that little fizz, it cutting through the air pretty fast. Riyazat Alisha against Simon Okecho, who has 2 balls to make a difference. This has been a tournament of no blinking. You just have to keep the eyes onto the screen because a lot has just happened. We saw that screamer from Paya Soloka, that brilliant catch that he took. Change of tactics. They are coming right arm round. Pierces it towards the pads. And Riyazat Alisha this time not doing any risk, but simply fading off towards covers. Shot onto the pads, tucked away towards the deep mid-wicket to close out the 3rd over with the score at 67 for 1. That's all. Riazat Alisha right about now gets into just picking up his limit, and Jonathan, a long discussion between between Robinson Obuya and Jonathan Neuro. Of course, Robinson Obuya, a very much experienced and consistent figure into the cricket cranes, just pouring a couple of tips towards Neuro Jonathan, the man now who all eyes will be on to sort of make a change in fortunes with the way things are at. Not yet out of the power play, and the score is reading 67 for 1. Just looking for the right words to describe this sort of batting, and I'm simply failing. Short. But Njiro simply gets away with that because there was a change in bounce.
In the meantime, just look at that. So far, total in the power play, 3.1 over 68 to the total. What is happening is there comes about, at times, those days when the batters just dominate you. And in cricket, you have to accept that. Remember, this strip has been around for 4 days. So everything is so far working to the advantage of the batters. And credit to them. They've been aggressive. They are going about their game in a very courageous but also positive manner. They are looking to punish everything and also to capitalize, creating imaginatively, scoring opportunities. And altogether, they've turned around the game. We might just actually have 100 runs and plus power play from the Mburo Blasters at the moment.
Mburo Blasters, of course, having the highest score in the power play with 86 for 1. They are 18 runs short. That's full. Easy run there for Charles Msemeza. The Mburo Blasters are 18 runs short of their highest power play score of 86 for 1, and they have 2.4 overs to go. Are they breaking their own record?
Well, they would definitely love to, but not if young Neuro Jonathan has something to say about it. And the way he's bowling, it's just possible that he may keep it quiet. All it takes is just 1-6 to upset him again.
Okay, there you speaking about it. Commentators curse, and Neuro is flying all the way through covers for 6 runs.
Well, I want to call it a blessing to the batter. I saw it coming in a way. As you can see, there are Neuro running in, but he sort of loses out in his final steps of his delivery stride. And unfortunately, width on offer, Riazat Alisha any day will punish any batter. I mean, easily, Riazat Alisha is a world-class player if given the opportunity to play at that stage.
Allow me call you the prophet of doom.
I wanted to say that I'm blessing Riazat in this case.
That is off the pads. Flicked. Oh my goodness. Did Baguma just leave that going begging after we saw the kind of catch Pius Oloka plucked out?
Yes, Pius was a special performance. But what is interesting is, I find interesting is this young man, Neuro Jonathan, is able to still, in the midst of every discouraging moment, to still bounce back and deliver. Of course, that wasn't the best delivery to the pads of Riazat, but still it was effective that there was a chance.
Outside off stump, enough with it for Charles Musemeza to just slap it all the way for 4 runs.
Because the chance we talk about, this is still the power play period. Then again, width on offer, he's straying away. His line is what is letting him down. The length is quite good, but he has to maintain a military kind of line that is very strict, very disciplined, and within his character. And what I was just saying initially is that because he has only 2 fielders outside to give him protection, you must give credit to Neuro being able to bowl that ball in such a way that he's going exactly where his fielders are. In Baguma Joseph, at square leg, as well as long on, another very good fielder in Anas Baig. It's a tough time to be bowling.
Easy work there for the Mburu Blasters, closing out that fourth over with a score at 82 for 1 and just 5 runs run short of their highest target of 86 for 1. Okay, very interesting conversations here in the comms box. Very interesting times with the rate at which balls are disappearing. But the captain continuing to keep trust with Simon Okecho after going for those big scores in the previous over. Neuro 2 going for 15 runs after the first over. Outside of stump, and Charles Simpson are opting to just respect that. I don't know if it was deliberately with the quality of the ball or that could have been a cautious move. But we have to see how he reacts on this one. Same ball, different approach from Charles Msemeza, cutting it very hard towards Bagum at point. Tossed up outside of stump, but the deviation in bounce, that's exactly not the kind of bounce Charles Msemeza could have opted for. Was the difference not to have to maximize onto that? Once again, a lower bounce there. Charles Msemeza, I feel, is more anticipating for more bounce than that with the way he's rocking back. But again, bounce playing out the difference there. Shuffling outside of stump, gets it right and smashes it over Neuro Jonathan in covers all the way to the production tent there. 4 runs and scores level for the Mburu Blasters on their own power play score of 86 for 1. There you go. That was enough with it for Charles Msemeza to just use his quick arms. It's now scores level for the power play score, highest score of the tournament, still owned by the Mburu Blasters of 86 for 1. A little cheeky there, but a dot ball for Simon Okecho to close out the 5th over, 86 for 1. Wants to feel like it's going to be a very long day for the Bunyonyi Warriors. When you look at the score, not yet even half the way mark, but we have such a long batting lineup. Fall into the stumps, but yes, Riazat Alisha tonks onto that one for 6 runs. What a first of 6 that we're seeing. This was right into the channel there. Just Riazat bouncing on the rise of the bounce of that ball and straight into the above ropes for 6 runs and breaking their own power play score of 86 for 1 to now the highest power play score standing at 92 for 1. Wide a full. Another maximum straight, almost close into the scoreboard. Could we see the highest score in the power play, 100 runs?
Size it up very well. gives himself some room, opening up the offside. Such a spectacular, exquisite, sumptuous shot. Riyazat Ali Shah, I tell you, this young man is $1 million. The way he's looking right now and putting on that amazing number 10, if it was football, it would explain a lot. But that's Riyazat Ali Shah for you, partnering up perfectly well with Charles Musemeza on 33 as well as Riyazat 33. But look at those balls. Riyazat 33 of just 9 balls. Charles Musemeza also very imposing, 33 of 16. The strike rates tell the whole story.
Oh my goodness, pace off outside of stump, and that's a stunner. What a brilliant breakthrough from Bunyonyi Warriors. That was a point of difference there from the young man in there. Brilliant, brilliant catch there to bring a stall into their proceedings. Oh my goodness. Kasim Adam, what have you just done for Bunyonyi Warriors? Actually, almost you want to say a wicket out of nothing.
Probably too eager to hit that so hard. Just manages to get the feather off outside edge of that bat. And Kasim Adam doing the rightful thing. Riyazat Ali Shah clearly wanting to go for another maximum. And amazingly, even yesterday, Riyazat Ali Shah was caught by another athletic effort from Gerald Olipa, almost basketball action, snatching it out of the air. This time it was Kasim Adam diving down and literally getting it off the ground before it could hit the grass. That is how you dismiss a master class batter. You don't give him any chance.
Oh my goodness, but look at the context of the catch. You're putting out a man with a strike rate over 200. You are just stopping a man who's just not even half of the overs with just 5.3, and you're putting out Riyazat Ali Shah. What a value of the wicket. You want to give the value of that wicket to 5 wickets, if I may say. But that brings in Steve Wabose, very well known left-hander batter there, but very well known for anchoring innings. You have a well-charged Charles Msemeza standing at 33 for 16. The kind of catches, the kind of ferocious pace bowling we've seen from the 2 senior bowlers, Juma Miyaji, Cheuta Cosmas, the amount of sixes flying. Okay, this time was the opposite of what is known about. That could have been, I want to feel that was an easy opportunity to send back Steve Wabose.
I want to call it a very difficult chance because, unfortunately for Anas Beg, he was backtracking as opposed to the proper running on the sideways, and he was never in good control, never well balanced. As a result, he didn't judge it well, because to his high standards, that was definitely a chance. And I think that's what you mean by being easy. But Steve Wabose will leave to fight for another day. He gets off the mark.
Hard length there, but not enough sort of strength for Charles Msemeza to send it all the way. Easy sneaking in a single.
Bringing up the 3 figures for the Mburo Blasters, more importantly.
But most importantly, breaking, they hold the 3 highest scores in the power play. This has been an incredible, exceptional display from Mburo Blasters. They are simply playing entertainment cricket. Oh my goodness, going for the slower ball. Neuro Jonathan disappointed himself there. Execution was the issue there, but you want to say the thinking was spot on, but the execution fails him. Slower ball. Steve was biting onto that one, and a dot ball, but a wide again in the end. Onto the pads, should go all the way. Yes, that was a very, very beautiful flick from Steve Wabose.
He lets that get onto his pads. Perfect shot for a leg. Left-hand batter. They tell you to always keep off their pads because they will punish you any given day. And Jonathan Nyiro, they are guilty. He's been actually one of the better bowlers, but look at his economy already at 17 because of this particular over where he has actually gone for a whole 18 in this particular over. 19 actually. But such has been the story of the bowlers that Bunyonyi Warriors are.
Just to make the news extremely more worse is that the Mburo Blasters are just simply breaking their own records. They have the 4 highest power play scores. What news, what sort of vibrations are they sending towards the Choga Avengers who are topping the tables or to the other teams in the tournament?
Joseph Baguma will return.
Outside of some, there's a chase there. Okecho right under it, but not exactly getting there. Could have easily seen the walk back of Charles Msemeza to the dugout.
It's always a very difficult proposition when two fielders almost get close to each other trying to take a dismissal. You could see the frustration of Simon Okecho, who felt as though Nyiro Jonathan was still infringing on his space. Hence, he didn't really take a full-hearted effort in trying to take that catch, and it would have been a very important catch because that's Charles Musemeza already on 36 of 18. He's scoring at 200%.
Oh, that's out once again. Another opportunity. Should you take it this time round? Oh my goodness. Baguma has just put that sitter down. He has just let Charles Musemeza on the second life of the day with the way he's tormenting them.
This time it is the bowler's opportunity to do the coat and ball. Unfortunately, he never really got under that ball. He was never in control. He must be distraught with himself because being able to snare a batter who is in form, who is going strong, 2 balls in a row, that is very special. But it is never to be.
Change of tactics coming from right arm round. Pierces it towards the pads and Wabose could just flick it towards a quick single there. Ali Juna Fortunate continuing to rally his teammate, former teammate at Abojo in Baguma. Nothing special there for Charles Msemeza. Onto the pass, another opportunity up in there. Should be easily taken, yeah. This time round, Robinson Obuya simply takes that one, makes it very easy work. Pumps that fist into the air to just show the kind of relief he's feeling after dismissing a man who was on his second life, Charles Msemeza. What a breakthrough they much needed at this stage.
Charles Musemeza once again skying that, trying to go for a maximum. Just manages to hold out to Robinson Obuya there. Basically the 3 chances given in the same over from Joseph Benjamin Baguma. As the saying goes, that the 3rd time is a charm. This time he's charmed out. It's as though after all the hard work and the splendid Beautiful batting from Charles Musemeza. He was always asking just to get out in this particular over, the seventh over. Sometimes you may want to blame it on the unprecedented, well, you can't say unprecedented, but basically the overwhelming level of success they had in the power play period. The adrenaline tends to take the better of a batter, and that could explain why Charles Musemeza goes on to give 3 chances in the same over. That has brought into the middle Brian Asaba, another prodigy from the Nyakasura cricketing hub in Western Uganda under the tutelage of Mr. Tawitamwira Ivan, and the ball as well, hailing from the same hub in Nyakasura.
So I'm opting to leave that. But as we close out in my conduct, something intriguing. Baguma just alternated his bowling action, opting for the famous Raza action, hiding that ball behind. He's not had a stellar performance, but let's get back after the close of that over, 7th over, score reading 109 for 3. Yes, Mike, continuing from that submission, he has not had the best of tournaments. When you look at what we are used of Baguma, 16 overs in the tournament so far, 156 runs, 2 wickets, at operating at an economy of 9.8.
Well, our co-commentator yesterday gave it justice, and not to excuse him, but I think he's been going through quite an emotional and psychological, I want to call it emotional and psychological bit of pressure, but that's a boundary there. Brilliantly done. Exquisite shot through cover region, extra cover region over there. Steve Wabose getting a very much needed boundary for his account. Going aerial a bit, despite the great effort from young Anas Beg, it's still a boundary. So I understand, because he's been going through a period of examinations and that whole pressure that comes up at the end of the second semester going into another academic year, combination of all those matters, and recently just coming from the tour in Mumbai, India, it tends to take a toll on a player.
Hard length there, good stuff, good, very tough look there from Nero Jonathan, from his old mate at Ginger Says Creek Secondary School. That's exactly, those are the right images that make me feel when I see a fast bowler having that tough look at a batter.
Well, it's called the fast bowler's look. It's inevitable. You have to have your presence felt to the batter, or else they'll just walk all over you.
Very brilliant bowling there, just for a run out, but just goes whizzing past the wicket keeper. I wish Nero Jonathan could have a couple of words towards the batters. Feel that could add more spice, but I've not seen Juma Miyaji do more of that.
Well, different players tend to have their own demeanors, their disposition, and their preferred character expression. By and large, generally speaking, pace bowlers are known to be very vocal and expressive, but it's not a must. Sometimes others prefer to just be that cool, quiet, calm kind of demeanor, yet meaning business when they get to have the ball in their hands.
Do you want to call it the whispering death?
Those are your words, sir.
All right, that's the action here. 114 for 3 after 7.3. A couple of changes. Fortunate Ali Juna down in the deep mid-wicket there, being brought into the ring and having a deep square leg in Baguma. Possibly that could be calling for short ball bowling there. Disma is there. Oh my goodness, you should be doing any better from that, because I feel if there was more pace onto that one, Mulongo could have easily gifted another boundary for Brian Asaba. That's a hit straight, a little straighter this time from Steve Abos. I'm quite shocked. I thought with the way they were racing, maybe the plan was to send in Steve Abos at that time to sort of allow the team play around him. But I saw from the ball one actually going very hard, almost giving away his wicket. So I'm really shocked by how he's actually approached the game.
Well, it shouldn't be shocking because when you've been in the dugout and seen your mates hitting sixes for fun, it just rubs onto you. Everyone that comes in afterwards feels it's okay. I can also get a six because the groove is there. The whole vibe is very clear. Actually, the other batter that I would think of in that mold that you're expressing to me would be Brian Asaba, who is not known for his necessarily hard hitting or huge hitting of sixes, but he's very effective with all his change-ups and reverse plays. 360 player is more effective that way.
Well, that's the end of the 8th over, 117 for 3. Kasim brought into the fray. I want to call it the hot frying pan. And is here to make his mark. First spell of the day.
Kasim Adam, quite an interesting prospect because he has better control with his off spinners, and at the same time he comes in at a period of play where he can be able to ask the questions. He's been able to ask the questions of the batters before.
Tossed up. Very lucky to go away with that. I think Asabas simply played that a little bit lazily. Could have easily put that away.
Actually, I beg your pardon. Kasim Adam is a leg spinner, and he just tends to have that wrong and in the process. But he's very effective, and it was a good matchup for Brian Asaba, as you said, almost chancing his wicket. But it remains to be seen how he will bowl to Steve Wabose.
Steve Wabose just making easy work of that, but no way. It's a huge one. It's a huge catch from Anas Beg, who hasn't had yet a big day in the field, but here he makes his comeback into the field with the dismissal of Steve.
He just waits for that, gets under it, but not the full distance on that particular shot. Holds out to Anas Beg, and that is the beauty and the effectiveness, the impact that Kasim Adam has. He's just able to snare the wicket of Steve Wabos, and more importantly, by picking up a wicket in this period of play, it changes the whole complexion of the game in favor of the Bunyonyi Warriors.
It's been I want to say it's been a pretty good comeback of the Bunyonyi Warriors, but also I want to blame it onto Mburo Blasters. I feel they've not read the situation pretty nicely because I felt after that blast off of the Mburo Blasters, you'd want either between Asaba and Steve Abose one to sort of play the anchor game and then the other being the aggressor. But when you want to see the two batters all being aggressive, do you feel that is the best approach, Mike Ndiko, even despite the kind of platform that has been set from the top 3 batters?
Well, that would normally make sense, but once they felt they were in a good vein of form, they would have liked to continue scoring highly. And yet, inevitably, because now after the power play, the field opens up a bit, there's more protection on the boundaries, so you cannot continue to score freely the way they were scoring the sixes and the one bounce fours during the power play period. So I agree. And also the bowlers have also adapted. They're no longer just coming through the motions. They are bowling intently just to keep the batters quiet. They're not offering anything like width or anything within the arc.
Well, that's a little bit creative there from Asaba, just rocking back and getting off the off stump to send it over to mid wicket for a single. And I feel sort of they are losing that grip of maybe what could have been the highest score of the tournament once again. But that's tossed up outside off stump, and Yashavi Joshi just makes good easy of that. And guess what? Fortunately, Junior doesn't have any chance of that. 4 runs for the Mburo Blasters and a big fist pump there from the two batters.
Well sized up. Yashvi just able to pick up the gap. And that is the result. Always effective. And at the end of the day, continuing on with the scoring rate.
And that brings the almost to the end of the 9th over with a score at 124 for 4. Musa Majid brought back into the attack, replacing Neuro Jonathan from the shell end. He didn't have a good first over, going for 23 for no loss. Definitely it's onto his mind that he needs to make a difference to sort of level down with that average of his. Current run rate of the Mburo Blasters standing at 13, almost getting into the 14 mark. Low full toss there. Asaba just not being extremely cautious with it, which I felt maybe could have just smashed it all the way.
You must give credit to how the Bunyonyi Warriors have battled on in this particular warfare, because at the moment they have tried to pull back the game, not yet out of the woods, but at least trying to make some inroads.
Thick edge should be flying all the way. 4 runs, yep. Another boundary for Joshi, another boundary for Mburo Blasters.
Musa Majid, they are guilty of too much width without slips position. That was always going to be a very tough ask, opening it up. And the chance of another boundary.
Just like things were seeming to be pulling back, again it feels more like it's sliding back. But as usual, a bowler has 6 chances to prove their worth. And here we are, Musa has more 4 chances against the 1 opportunity for the Joshi there. Some sort of conversation going on there from Patrick Makumbi. Nothing much there from the batter Joshi. Mike Ndiko just looking through back the local league. Abojo, of course, confirmed they'll be getting back to the silver division. But now there is that battle. Who else goes back? 4 teams standing at 5 points. And that is between Rounders, Ceylon Lions, Jack, alongside Mukono Warriors. A margin of 0.2 net run making the difference between the 4 teams. And most amusing, on the last day, Mukono Warriors will be playing Jack. Rounders will be playing Kochi Tigers, who have nothing to lose. An edge there. And then, most importantly, the win from Tornado Bees. I want to say You've been around for a very long time watching the local league. You've seen teams dominate. Do you want to, in my opinion, this has been the most competitive I have seen in a long time.
Well, congratulations already to Tornado Bees for the return, indeed, as you mentioned earlier on, after a whole 10-year drought. It's good to see that they are able to pull back into winning ways. Of course, they landed some great signings, the likes of Cosmas Chewuta, Suleiman Sharif, as well as, of course, they already established Munir Ismails, the mainstays already in the team. So it's good to see that they were able to put together a formidable team and win this. And overall, yes, the league was quite well balanced, especially in the gold division. There was a lot of competition, and at the end of the day, the most formidable team, in my opinion, was Tornado B, and they had to just take it.
Yes, you've hit it about the champions. How about the relegation battle? 4 teams tied on 5 points. There's that blockbuster fixture, Mukono or against Mukono. They can't afford, none of them can afford to lose a game.
Yes, it will go to the wire for sure. Relegation battles are always very exciting because all teams are playing to win and there is little margin for error. But I definitely see Abojo is a bit deflated, knowing that most of their players moved on to different clubs like Ceylon Lions, and that in itself has affected their formation as a team. But again, credit to what Ivan Tawitemwira has done with that team, ensuring that he offers Uganda an option in terms of playing personnel and resources. A good number of them, of course, already making the Cricket Cranes team. And that explains, and it's a true testament to how Abojo has performed. But right now, they are a little crestfallen, and you just might think it might be the moment when they might end up being relegated. But that will, to me, become an opportunity to go back and rebuild, because that's the attitude and the nature and the character of that team.
Things keep going here. The 2 insetter Mburo Blasters batting, continuing to just play out things quite cautiously. I just wish Steve Wabosa just adopted that sort of. We know he has the explosive game too, but he would have just played the anchor game a little longer, push it around the 15th over, because you would be assured they would be at around 150, and then sort of blast off in the last 5 overs and just send it over 200 and possibly break their own record of 226. But brilliant reactions here from the 2 Mburo Blasters, who are now doing it a little cautiously. Of course, the run rate dropping to 12.75. Shot smashed through mid-wicket. Robinson, Chifreda Chilam really disappointed in himself there in short silly. You can't imagine how did that just go through him. Yeah, you talk about the signings of Tornado Bees. I will not call them great, not in terms of the skill set. There's a big appeal there. A breakthrough. Asaba has to be walking back to the dugout. The youngster having a breakthrough this time round for Bunyonyi Warriors. And Simon Kintu definitely had to rise his finger up.
Kasim Adams has been the go-to man. And this is the kind of renaissance, the rebirth of the Bunyonyi Warriors. Just able to trap him there right in front. Probably the batter could have felt that for height or just the impact being at off stump or thereabout. But the man in the middle that matters most is Mr. Simon Chintu there, saying that indeed that is adjudged as being LBW. And credit to young Kasim Adam, once again picking up a very important and crucial wicket in the period of play when Bunyonyi Warriors need to try and pull it back. Slowly they have tried in the last couple of overs.
Yes, just going back to that point, you mentioned something brilliant about signings, or let's call it recruitment. I don't want to call it the greatest of signings. I don't mean to in terms of the skill set of the whatever player they sign. But I mean, I feel they simply sign the right players they need. And we have this disease of the good players. Sometimes not overlooking the balance of the side. We've seen teams going in for the best players in the league and not going on winning the championship. How important is the recruitment, Simon? I mean, Mike.
Well, recruitment aside, I'll just borrow the wise saying. I think I might have heard it from the late Miles Munro that everything rises or falls on leadership. Tornado B's leadership has been consistent and has been that ever prevailing force behind the success and sustainability of the team. So, indeed, you're right that the signings may not have been so extraordinary, but at the same time, it's about the leadership and the ability to put together that unit, including on the match days and the basically the procedural matters and what happens within the match. And that probably has been the difference of Tornado Bees of the 2025-2026 season compared to, say, 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Nwagawa is the new batter who has just gotten in after that breakthrough brought about by Adam to send back Asaba, and now brings back Baguma into the attack from the shell end.
I mean, just to recall even their talismanic performer in the past of Roger Mukasa being able to return to the side in Tornado Bees was also a very interesting addition. And at the end of the day, it shows in terms of their results. And while we are at that, Edwin Nwagaba just giving some catching practice to Robinson Obuya. I tell you, Robo, as is well known, is really done the stuff that is known for AI in this day and age, because he's been the catching robot of the day. Very well executed there as a catch, gets under it, very stable, and jogs back into his teammates to celebrate another wicket. And this is about how altogether Bunyonyi Warriors has been able to recover, because look at that particular wicket column already at 6, 138 for 6, yet they were at 100 for 2. 102 for 2 when Riyazat Ali Shah's wicket was gotten. That has been the difference right now from wicket number 2 up to wicket number 6, just the 36 runs added on.
Yes, just going to that very moment. I want to deviate a little bit from what you had said earlier on, that the two batters had just gotten onto the momentum set earlier on. I want to say it was simply excitement because of what had happened, which didn't allow them to sort of have a more justified say, approach. Because I feel between Asab and Steve, one had to go play the anchor game and sort of allow the other and the oppressor. Because now we're seeing a collapse after such a strong starter, Mike Ndiko. But that brings Hassan onto the wicket.
Bilal Soon, of course, not well known for his batting antiques, but he can hit one, and having seen the sixes flying earlier on in the game, he will definitely relish hitting one himself. He's definitely off the mark. But you do raise an interesting point indeed, and probably that is the turning point where the 2 wickets of Steve Wabose and later on, of course, Brian Asaba, those were indeed pivotal points in the batting of the Mburo Blasters.
Well, that's 8 overs to go, and the score is reading 139 for 6.
But staying with the thought of Bunyonyi Warriors, that explains why the captain in Fred Achelam insisted that he doesn't want to think of any figure, because it's one thing to say we want to restrict them below 150 and they go on to score 220, or it's another thing to say I think they might score 180 and then they score much less. So credit to him, it was brilliant of him as a leader not to make any rash commitments, and therefore putting his side under unnecessary pressure. They were already going to be under the pump, especially during the power play, as we saw.
Yeah, I think I will say that, Mike. I think that simply also resonates to going back that the fact that there are 2 points adrift of the Mburo Blasters, so it already comes with pressure. You're coming into a game that you need to zero down to get on equal terms with the Mburo Blasters. That's already extra pressure. So you don't want to give so you're trying to say you don't want to create yourself extra pressure, but innovativeness there. But an easy one for Baguma to send Hassan walking back to the dugout. This is a typical uncalled for collapse.
Bilal soon as an unnecessarily creative there, because that was literally a long hop. That ball pitched almost halfway the wicket. And Bilal Hassan, as you can see there, Adam Kasim got that unfortunate delivery right in the middle of the wickets. Bilal Hassan had already shaped to play the reverse and ends up just gifting a simple, basic catch to Joseph Benjamin Baguma, who obliges.
Just look at that. Baguma keeping eyes all the way through till the very last moment. I think that catch sort of also was pushing. It was a factor to push his morale, as you had said earlier on, because we saw how he was a little bit down. But that brings the doctor, man who just graduated, who's a medical doctor professionally, gets on to the attack. Former cricket cranes quick bowler David Wabwire.
The way this match has unfolded for the Mburo Blasters, because batsman number 9 walking in just the 13th over, that in itself is not necessarily a good reading for the analytical mind when it comes to batting approaches. And most importantly, now it is just 142. Chance of a wicket, but he ends up managing just to save the single. And Kasim Adam, what a performance already. Just the 12 runs, 3 wickets picked up in his 18 balls delivered. What a performer, this youngster.
7 overs to go, and the score is reading 141 for 7. Baguma still on the shell end. Yeah, the young man Kasim Adam has had such a stellar performance. This put in a good shift. 3 wickets and almost getting the 4th one. Hard length there from Baguma. And so far it's paying dividends for him. 2 wickets is bagged so far after that. Very not the kind of over he had earlier on the first over, but now is roaming at 32 in 3.1 overs, closing down to around 7.5 per over. Naria dot ball. Baguma continuing to impress in the very last 2 overs of his spell. To the pads, there's an edge there. Typical bowler's style of batting.
You have to give credit to Joseph Baguma. He's snared them, he's beguiled the batters. That's more of the as if those run. That explains it. First of all, hides the ball behind. It's only you and I who are watching on camera that can tell what might actually be going to happen. But very effective. They are trying to beguile David Wabwire into the position in place. That's the chance almost. Immediate delivery. But a thick edge, a healthy edge means that that ball will go over. Fred Achela
Fred Achilam, I'm just wondering if you're taking that catch, you're the captain, you decided yourself to go and sleep, how great you would have looked. How many flowers you would have got when it comes to field tactics. But there you go, you put down your own flowers, bring us to 1 over towards the end of the 14th over, and the last ball for Baguma to end his spell. Could he get the third one of the day? And Fachilam is out of sleep once again. Straight through covers. That should be an easy one. Easy pick for Robin Sobuya to close out the 14th over. 146 for 7. Kasim Adam into his very last over of the spell. Could we see a fast 5-4 in the tournament, or could we see another 4-4 straight back to him? And a big stare smile from Adam. Such a youngster not seeming to be moved by the two experienced batters on the wicket.
Yashasvi Joshi. He's not afraid. He's a young man himself. He's not afraid to express himself. And he's going to keep batting as long as he's in the middle. That is the wicket of David Wawire. Again, credit to the young man and Fred Achila making the decision to have sleep in place, because that ball that is turning away from David Wawire is an opportunity, a chance probably to pick up a wicket.
Rocking back, smashed through mid-wicket. Just after Achelam deciding to move away from around that same area to have a silly off and an extra cover in there, that one pierces through for 4 runs.
That's pitched short. Not so short, but good invention. Creativity from David Wawire, who opts to actually become more positive, because he has been quiet, he's been calm, and realizes he could easily lose his wicket. But if he's positive, then he'll get value for his shots.
Tossed up outside off stump. And it's a dot ball for Adam. Last ball for Adam to either get his 4th wicket of the day. This ram down, strays a little bit down, a touchdown towards the pads. And Wawire simply smashes that towards deep mid-wicket to bring the closer of the 15th over with a score at 152 for 7. Sights of the greenery, Kampala region. Forest Malls there, that was into your picks there. Joshi now getting to 19 runs of 13 balls in the companionship of Wawire David, Doctor. 7 of 11, more of an ODI or 50 over sort of innings. But I think it has brought some level of sanity to the way wickets were tumbling. But Okecho is into the attack from the shell end, replacing Baguma, who finished out his quarter. Typical tail ender moves on display here from Wawire David. Mike Ndiko, you were here for day number 4. You saw all the action coming thick and fast. How do you see this tournament towards the end? What do you expect more to happen, less to drop, with the kind of action you've seen? You were here yesterday, you're here today.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I was here yesterday. It can only get better. I was a bit worrying because remember, Dr. Wawire is running without a helmet on as a bat, and that ball was delivered in from Anas Beg, but thankfully it just missed his head. Indeed, it's just getting better and better. It's going to definitely get to a crescendo, to a climax, I'm sure, especially about Friday and Saturday. You can only expect better things. More runs, more disciplined batting, but also the bowlers will rise to the occasion. They will work out their needed acts to put together the action. So it's going to be a whole combination at the end of the day. Yes, some runs will reduce, but at the same time some batters are going to rise to the occasion because of figuring out what they need to do and how to go about their games.
And let us look at the rate how sixes are being pumped around the out of the ground actually. Not only sixes, but they are being sent out of the ground. I can't just keep track of how many balls have got lost. But after 4 days, it was 114 sixes. And we already earlier on, first innings in the day, we've seen how many sixes have gone. Just take me through that. Yes! But there is a chance for 2 runs there. After that brilliant piece of fielding from Neuro Jonathan to bring the end of the 16th over, 156 for 7. Alijuna Fortunate brought into the attack. A lot of trial from Fred Achilam to not allow Buro Blatters a comeback. That is into the pads. Brilliant fielding there from Robinson here. Almost touching the rope there. I'm just wondering how the world could have judged Robinson Buya just in case that one had touched the boundary.
Yeah, Robinson has been the fielder, go-to fielder. But that is Wawire, David at his best. I know you've called him a tail-ender, but in my days, I've watched David playing. He can hit the ball. He can hit sixes, huge ones at that. He's not just tall and strong, but he's actually also a tactful batter. You can see there, he just waits for that ball. Strong wrists, gets it onto the leg side. Almost Virat Kohli vintage shots. And that's a very good T20 performer there from David Wawire. Making sure that the Buro Blasters get back on course.
Fortunate with a lot of work to do, but let's go about the conversation for sixes. After 4 days, 114 fours. It's early on, already 11 sixes on display, and I think 4 balls changed.
Yeah, the sixes were huge. You feel for the bowlers that were coming from the Ginger Road end, because that's also the shorter side of the pitch, giving an opportunity to the batters and the confidence to take on the hitting role. Of course, Fahad Mutagana sending out a couple, as well as Rizu, Riyazat Ali Shah. So it's been raining sixes here in Lugogo, thanks to Buro Blasters.
There's a quiet. I just want to give credit to Bunyonyi Warriors. They've done quite a formidable job. After that early blast off to Mars from Buro Blasters, there is much sanity, you want to call it today. And the score is reading 160 6 for 7 after 17 overs. Singles continue to be the order of the day from the Mburo Blasters. I want to give the credit to these two tail-ender batters from Mburo Blasters who have just decided to go a little cautious. But as I speak cautiousness, Wawire David goes berserk in there and sends that one all the way well above Baguma.
Moves offside to open up that leg side region. Doesn't get the whole of it, but enough to still get a maximum.
Another one outside off stump. This time really pumped a little more higher. Way above Robinson Obuya. Wawire David bringing the last minute madness here.
Again, this time accessing the offside, moving across. This time he gets more of it. Almost the middle of the bat, and it's another maximum. Dr. David Wawire at his best.
This is the kind of what Mburo Blasters had to do earlier on. We could have easily seen 250, but here is the doctor making a 200 mark inside. Brilliant batting, brave batting, well-calculated risks. And Simon Okecho takes a change in bowling tactics coming round.
Easy.
But 2 balls to end the over, and the spell for Simon Okecho, who has picked up one wicket for the day. Some confident cut there towards point. There's a call for 2 runs, but Joshi not ready and wasn't paying attention or keeping an eye on to his partner. Easily missing out that what could have easily been a double for themselves. Last ball of the 18th over. Last ball for Simon Okecho for his spell of the day. Out a couple of steps, and what a way Josh is telling Simon Okecho bye-bye to end his spell with a crashing boundary through covers.
It's a big shimmy, little shimmy down the track and opens up the offside. Very expertly done by the youngster.
2 overs to go with 184 for 7. Musa Majid into the attack, not having the greatest of the days he would wish to have, or you would think Musa Majid had to have by now. But now he's moving, striding at almost 16 points in these 2 overs. He's here to give the ultimate over. Does he bring more control over the proceedings, or does he get onto the sword from the 2 batters who are seeming like they are putting up their momentum? David Wawire are currently standing at 28 for 4 of 24 balls. Yashavi Joshi at 27 of 18. Wawire just the previous over sending a couple of big sixes. Musa Majid asking Fred Achelam to bring back Baguma from the sweeper in the off region and send back Simon Okecha deep fine leg. Shuffling full toss. That should go the way, but no way. Jonathan is in there to just drag it back. You really just miss out on that one. You would want to think that could have easily raced all the way for boundary.
Well, interesting days indeed.
Shuffle shot. Come on, Joshi. How did that one just go over you? Wawire summoning Joshi to give him a little more insight how to go about this business. I've been at the highest level and I've batted in these times at this position. So this is how they do it. Could we see any extraordinary reaction from Joshi? Here we go. Musa Majid wanting to go for the Yorker because Joshi is keeping shuffling into the off, but execution is the difference there. Hard length, back of the length. Wild swing from Joshi. And all he could give to Musa Majid was a dot ball.
That offside, eh?
And have all the reasons to have a big smile as he brings down his third over. He's not had the best of the day, so giving me a dot ball is all good, all well. Stamp Joshi opts for the cross line and 2 runs for himself. And almost closing into the 30th run mark for himself. And 36 for Musa Majid. And bring it to 188 for the Mburo Blasters. Another shuffle. There's a call for a catch. It's all hanging into the air. Brilliant one. Second one for Anas Beg. Brilliant catch there. And Joshi won't getting the 30 runs for the day. But a wicket for Musa Majid and a good reason to have a smile as going back home.
Try to give himself room, moving to the leg side. It's a bit of Yorkerish length and just manages to sky it to the 30 yards, to which Anas Baig obliges, taking a comfortable catch. Hence, that has been the nature of the day of the batters that Mburo Warriors are. I beg your pardon, the Mburo Blasters are, because they found themselves always getting off the mark, getting good starts, and then getting out. And also credit to the Bunyonyi Warriors who have kept on pressing, asking, trying to pick up wickets. Because remember, when earlier on in the first few games they chased down 221 for just one, therefore being able to pick up 8 wickets of the Mburo Blasters is also an achievement in itself, considering how they started off this particular match.
Some of the players there in the stands in the local league. But that was a brilliant effort from Anas Biggs, snatching in his second for the day and gifting Musa Majid his first of the day.
Yes,
Through the line, a call for 2 runs from David Wawire. Brilliant running from the 2 batters. That's what they call experience and leadership. You need to push that youngster, and this is exactly what Wawire David has done to close out the 18th or to close out the 19th over 190 for 8.
Is a bit of some interesting telepathy between the two. Of course, Dr. Wawire, an alma mater of Hamid Munigwa. Hamid Munigwa, currently a student at the KIU, still in the similar medical profession, probably pursuing nursing, and Dr. Wawire himself having been in KIU, the Ishaka Bushenyi campus. So they seem to understand each other even from their medical practice professionally. But that's interesting, running between the wickets.
Neuro Jonathan into the attack from the shell end. Rocking back. Short of hard length. Should be a third one for Nasbeg. Yes, beautiful, swallowed in. And his third for the day. This time round, no emotional or strong celebration, because he knows he has compensated for the earlier on sort of poor display he had in the field. 3 for him and a dismissal for Wawire.
Gets the top edge, just manages to hold out to Anas Baig. It is the last over, so there's everything to play for, trying to get the most runs in this period of play. Some bit of encouragement there from their coach, Roger Mukasa, trying to encourage the Bunyonyi Warriors to still close it out in a clinical manner, possibly just pick up that wicket very fast of Hariom.
It's very interesting when you look in relation to other sports how cricket. I've not looked at those figures, but I feel it's cricket the topmost sports that that brings about that cocktail between the sports itself and other professions. I've not seen that in other sports. Oh my goodness! What a display from the youngster in Hariom Dudajeria. Brilliant, confident. Jonathan can't just digest this. What he has just.
That's a very well tucked off his pads, off his thighs. Much needed boundary, getting ever closer to that 200 mark for the Mburo Blasters.
Neuro Jonathan is not digesting this one. He's a young boy actually coming from Ginger side, who they've trained alongside together, but he's a young man with the way he has just confidently played that. But going back to that story about how cricket, how there is cricket and other professions, it's really exceptional. When you look at other sports, you tend to see purely the athletes in that specific role. But we see cricket with doctors, cricket is with lawyers.
Well, cricket is a gentleman's game, and to be a gentleman, it calls for a lot of discipline, self-denial in some instances, and that is almost the academic rigor dynamics that come into place. But also cricket, just like life, has a lot of interplay and reflections on life. And every athlete, every performer, every player is encouraged to take their life off the pitch as importantly as they take it on the field. And that balance and combination of on and off the pitch explains why many times, specifically for cricketers, you find very successful professionals also playing the sport of cricket. I don't want so much to be judgment on the rest of the sports, because these days almost every sport has different kinds of aerial players, but cricket specifically focuses on gentlemen being complete, holistic people. And right now also with the women's cricket, they too are holistically engaged, both in academics and their social lives.
Brilliant, good intent from the youngsters. I'm just enjoying this display this contest between two people coming from the very side region, always trading around their gingers together. and the kind of the difference in levels, but I'm just loving the context between them and how Hariom has decided to just put himself onto the stage. Brilliant batting from the youngster.
Of course, he was inspired earlier on watching the likes of young Mutaga Nafad hitting those sixes. Later on, of course, Charles Musemeza, Riyazat Ali Shah is definitely that kind of impressionable young man who also went. I'm sure when he's in the dugout, he's saying, one day I'll get to bat in the top order, but for now, it's okay to play number 11.
Beaten for pace, the hard length, quick, banged in pretty hard from Neuro Jonathan. He loves calling himself fierce, and that's exactly what he has just put on display in that previous ball. But 2 balls to play with 4 runs short of the 200 mark for the Mburo Blasters. Hand wide, and an illegal ball from Neuro Jonathan to extend and to make the 200 mark a much more possibility for the Mburo Blasters with 2 balls to play and 3 runs required to get to that 200 mark. That's where the battle is. Does Hamid Munigwa push the Mburo Blasters to 200 runs? Does Neuro deny that reality? Ball, there's a big appeal. And Neuro simply denies Mburo Blaster the 200 mark. Exceptional bowling from him. And big kudos to him. Those are small battles that tend to shift the momentum.
Trying to give himself room and hit that side screen. Just manages to get a faint feather there inside edge. But also well taken from wicketkeeper Amir Ochaya. Very impressive. And at the end of the day, it's 197 posted by the Mburo Blasters. And Bunyonyi Warriors will need to score 198 to surpass the 197 to win today.
Good, interesting times you've had this first innings. There you are. There's match summary for you for Mburo Blasters innings. Being bowled out 19.5 overs. Charles Musemeza top scoring 37 off 21 balls. Riyazat Ali Shah continuing with his hot streak, and of course a 33 in 10 balls. Joshi coming in handy with a 29 off 22 balls. In the bowling ranks, the youngster Adam tops snatching in 3 wickets for 18 runs in 4 overs. Neuro Jonathan getting the very last wicket to bring his tally to 3 wickets for the day. And Joseph Baguma coming back strongly today with 2 wickets in 4.0. Posting limiting them to 190 runs after that hot start from the Mburo Blasters. Bunyonyi Warriors will be needing 198 runs from 20 overs in the second innings. We shall be back shortly. The action has been put up, and here we are to see the reaction from the Bunyonyi Warriors after that excellent comeback in what could seem like the Mburo Blasters were heading for a 250 more so score. There you go, flag of the Ugandan proud tricolor there in red, yellow, red, black, freely flowing in what seemed like the Mburo Blasters were on course to post a 250 runs mark almost so, but an excellent effort from the Bunyonyi Warriors so that things were put under control, managing to allowing them to put up a 197 runs in 19 with 1 ball to spare. The 2 star batters for the Bunyonyi Warriors walk out knowing they have a daunting task, and they believe they can achieve it because 2 batters in great form, Anas Beg alongside Robinson Obuya, are here to gun this down. Anas Beg has had a brilliant outing for the Tornado Bees, who just been crowned the Gold League champions 2026 after a 10-year drought. We'll be back from that break, Mike. It's 197 needed from Bunyonyi Warriors. They win this game. They've closed the gap alongside the Mburo Blasters.
Thank you. I tell you, Yasin, it will be quite a feat to pull off. It will have to be very disciplined, clinical, courageous batting from both Anas Beg and Robinson Obuya as a partnership. And more importantly, the rest of the batters will have also to chip in. Paul Mulongore's looks like $1 million. He needs to rise to the occasion too. And probably finally, Fred Achelam will also have to be the batter that he is capable of being if they are to amass the 198 required for victory. Remember, it is the experienced Hassan Bilal opening the bowling. It's never easy.
Full. And Robinson Obuya simply fends it off back to Bilal Hassan, who stares him back. It's action time. I know we're training together, we're gymming together, but hey, I don't want to know. I just want to see you walking back to the tunnel. And Robinson Obuya is like, bring it on. I've already posted 9 sixes in the tournament. Back of a length, fended off the hip. Easy one. Robinson Obuya start approaching the game a little more cautious. Anas Beg has had a brilliant, exceptional season for the Tornado Bees. 5 innings, 177 runs at a strike rate of 131. He has played pretty crucial innings for Tornado Bees, so you don't want to write him off. But again, the most talking point is the form of Roger Galiwango Mukasa, standing in at number 2 in the batting stands there with 260 runs. Shot slapped over point, no chance. What a way to open the statements from Anas Beg and son. Hands on the head and the waist, wondering what has just transpired.
It's with Thonofa asking to be hit. Indeed, Anas Beg obliges. He is an electric batter. He likes to express himself, and once he gets going, he definitely can put to sword any team and tear apart any bowling attack presented against him. That is the nature and the like of this young man, Anas Beg.
There's a call for the catch. Speaking about that form of Roger Mukasa Galiwango, number 2 in the batting standings, which most certainly Peru Zombe will take right now, leading with 2 matches to play at 266 runs. But the form of Roger Galiwango Msaka, after such a very long drought, also being instrumental, being a champion with the Tornado Bees, it's been a delight watching Roger Mukasa after a very long time to have that stellar performance.
Well, Roger Mukasa is certainly now into the coaching stint with the emerging team, at times also doubling up for Uganda A. So I wouldn't be surprised that playing is not his priority at the moment. And the reason why he's playing is the great leadership at Tornado B that has encouraged, has convinced him, and therefore got the best out of him as a player, as a batter. Because remember, many times when people get into coaching, many times they called it a day on their playing career.
Back of the length. And Nasbek just bounces, uses on that bounce and just bounces it on towards the deep, almost crashing to the boundary. But the outfield coming into play to bring down the close of the 8th over with 8 runs for Nolos.
I'm checking leg. Center.
Dr. David Wabwide will be taking the opening, will be the new ball alongside Bilal Hassoun coming from the shell end side. Required run rate standing at 9.95 and the current run rate at 9.
David Wawide, he was part of the qualification run-up for the team that finally made it in 2020 for World Cup, though it was mainly on the 50-over stint.
Starts with a full, and there's a flying edge almost getting straight to the boundary, but there is a man in third man there. Robin Sobuya was calling out, and Asbeg was calling out for a double, but Robin Sobuya wasn't paying heed to that.
Please.
Yeah, you were speaking about that administration at Tornado Bees. They've done quite a formidable job. They've managed to keep to another ex-Cricket Cranes international who also doubles as who I think must be an assistant to Roger when it comes to the Uganda A side and the emerging X side in Sebanja. Brilliant pace there from David Wabwide. And Asbeg not having any clue onto that one. They've also managed to keep him for quite a couple of overs. He was coming in right now, changing from the left arm fast to left arm off spin. So it's a good containment of experience in there. 2 former ex-internationals. So a good combination, 2 youngsters in there. And then you have now a Cricket Cranes regular in Cheuta Cosmas. Shot wide. And Anasbeg couldn't get close to that one. But it's a wide.
consistently straying away. David Wawire, of course, earlier on in his playing days, especially, he was looked at and considered for the opening bowling role for the Cricket Cranes. He definitely played for the Baby Cricket Cranes 2014 in Tanzania, the under-19 team. Pure express pace, and sometimes he's only had that criticism about the control of that swinging ball. He tends to give so much width on offer and ends up actually conceding quite a number of runs outside on the offside, both backward point and extra cover region. So that is definitely something that you would think he may want to adjust, but again, he's a busy man. Doctors are in high demand, as you know.
This time Ron and Asbe gets it right. Straight to the boundary for 4 runs. There was a brilliant effort there, but nothing but a boundary for Nasbeg.
This time, not so much width on offer, but Anas Beg, creative, intuitive, getting it over Hamid Munigwa, who tries to punch that back sort of in a basketball manner, but that ball is really bouncing much higher than his height is able to offer. Despite the athletic effort jumping, he will have to concede the boundary. There will be a bit of pressure on David Wawire after a couple of wide balls. The boundary comes in, and suddenly it's already a 7-run over.
All right, that is really beaten so high. That is really beaten so high, straight into the lawn tennis court. And Nasbeg now, this time around, sends it very high. Another one there disappearing from Nasbeg. Sending it at 22 for no loss after 1.5. You want to feel like it's maybe easy work today for the second innings for the Bunyonyi Warriors, but we saw a blast off to Mars from the Mburo Blasters, and then going on in the middle session to sort of drop the momentum.
Certainly the Bunyonyi Warriors can only hope that this pair can bat responsibly, cautiously, but also courageously, and last the distance. At least you need a big partnership. Probably not just to be there for about 10 overs, but at least to look to get the 100 runs cut off, and then look to have the rest of the runs run chased by the rest of the team.
Short of length with it offered there, and that slapped over point. And Nasbeg on song.
Indeed, the last couple of balls, as you can see there, this time width on offer. Nasbeg stays leg side of that ball, gets above it, and makes sure that he gets a good bat onto that for another comfortable boundary at backward point. And I tell you, at the moment as it stands, these last couple of balls in that over were the pressure to David Wawire, resulting in that indeed 17 runs in the over, as opposed to how it was looking initially, just to go below 7 and over. He will look to bounce back, and now he will have to depend on his partner this side in Bilal Hassan.
Current run rate standing at 13.0. The Bunyonyi Warriors not looking to back down. Angled into Robinson Buya, who tucks it away. And is a picker for Bilal Hassoun.
Certainly the temptation that Bunyonyi Warriors will need to surpass is trying to match the batters of the Mburo Blasters pound for pound. Because at this point, it was almost already 40 runs on. Actually over 50 runs in the first couple of overs. And so the aim shouldn't be necessarily to go about the power play the way Mburo Blasters did, but just to stay within the scoring rate of those 10 runs and over.
Continuing with that, angling in the ball to the batters and a shot of length. Back of the length, I mean to say. And sneaking in that quick single. Mike, when you look at how both batters are approaching the game, we know Robinson Buya is pretty an aggressive batter too, but he's trading his game a little more cautious, and then we are seeing Anas Beg a little more of the aggressor. Do you feel that's the right approach for the day?
I think so.
Because we saw earlier on the Mburo Blasters blasting for the top three batters, and then we saw a sort of a collapse in relation to how they started.
Certainly they need to build and form a partnership, and at times that means one other batter can give the supportive role.
Swing into the pads. Very lucky to go away in a lazy running there. Could easily have costed Anas Beg's wicket.
Because there's no need to try and compete with your partner at the other end. If your partner is seeing the ball well and hitting sixes, fours at will, the better thing is just to keep rotating the strike and giving an opportunity. And that is the supportive role. Because the most important thing is the partnership, staying longer and lasting the distance. And that way you have an opportunity of chasing down the mammoth total of 198.
Bilal Hassoun continuing with that hard length. And you can see how cautiously Robinson Buya is continuing to just go about his business, allowing Anas Beg to free his arm and keep up with the required run rate of 9.81. Actually, currently their run rate standing at 10.5, almost closing into the 11 mark. You would want to say they're in business. Trying to go for the Yorker, but it's a full toss and down the leg for a wide. 2 runs for Bunyonyi Warriors. Bring it to 30 runs. When you look at how things are really moving out, you want to believe that maybe the Warriors are taking the game pretty slowly. But to keep you posted, they're moving at a run rate of 10.33 with the net run rate, with the required run rate standing at 9.82. So you would believe they're in a pretty good stead.
Yes, indeed, because they've actually forced a change as the Ashashvi Joshi comes on to replace David Wawire. Almost a chance of a catch, just a one bounce for, I beg your pardon, one bounce. And it's a single to allow Robinson Oboya to come on strike.
Checking center.
Though what definitely the Bunyonyi Warriors would love to see is also Robinson Oboya getting going, because he's already been in for about 7 balls to at least come about to get to about the 100% scoring rate. Because it's very easy to get into a shell
Nice.
in the guise of giving a supportive role, and you end up transferring the pressure to your partner, who will actually give away his wicket in trying so hard to hit boundaries. Call that now 4 of 9, and that is definitely much lesser than his abilities and skill set.
Shot smashed. That was really powerful. Mike speaks about operating below his ability, and he simply puts that away.
Asatu.
Boundaries there. A boundary and a Nasbaig as well, picking up a boundary.
Yangu.
Hence, it becomes a well-balanced partnership.
Felt like Joshi was bringing everything under control, but when you look at things, he's already gone for 11 or 5. That was a big wild swing from Anas Beg. But a dot ball for Joshi to close out the 4th over with the score at 42 for no loss.
Edwin, help me down, please. Go extra cover.
Change in bowling tactic. Wabwiri coming from the Kampala Road end.
There's normally the description that everyone must do their role. So when you're a bowler in the team, even if you're going for plenty, your captain always finds a way to bring you back. And this is quite interesting because Ginger Road End, so many balls have actually gone there in the past matches for 6.
Short. That is Robo on top now. He makes his statement into the game.
Robinson Obuya picking up early on the length, getting into position, hooks it all the way, almost hitting his compatriots from the other teams. It is a maximum. Very well picked up from Robinson Obuya.
Brilliantly executed, pretty fast arms, I would love to say. But you're speaking about the bowling. It's very shocking to see the top 5 bowlers, apart from Pius Oloka, who is known also with the bowling. We have Olipa Gerard, known for batting. We have Richard Agamiri, number 4, a man who has been out for a pretty long time. And again, we have the number 5, a youngster. So it's a pretty good mix-up. Another short one. This was also dunked all the way.
I tell you, Robinson Obuya, Robo the man. The strength of this particular batting setup. He picks up again early on that short ball. And this time he pulls it huge, wide, and wild all the way through the tennis courts, hoping the cars in the parking are safe. Robinson Obuya will not want to know because that's what he's capable of.
Better go check on your car, Mike, just in case it's right in the safe hands. But Aleron, you're complaining about Robo. 4 runs off 9 balls. Here we are, 20 runs off 12 balls. A difference of 3 or 4 balls.
I wasn't necessarily complaining, but I was just pointing out that I know his capabilities, and as well, for a good partnership, both have to keep striking. It's not only healthy, but it is the rightful approach, because you'll be missing out on his skill set, his abilities, and his actual strength, what he's able to bring to the party. And thankfully now he has also risen to the occasion, and that will take the pressure off Anas Baig to play unnecessary expansive shots, because he knows the partner the other side actually can send the ball flying to the next galaxy.
Wanting to go for the Yorker. There's some sort of celebration. Would that have been out, or just an assumption?
Indeed, the wicketkeeper demonstrates that it was that bump ball. It was off the ground and then comes into his hands. As always, the keeper is the very first one to celebrate such spectacular catches. David Wawir, of course, would have been happy either way to get a wicket of Robinson Obuya in the context right now.
Angled onto the middle stump. What kind of message as a captain would you tell your bowler to do? Because Robinson Obuya is just showing you that he is playing cautiously. That is in his pace is being put away to the boundary. What message do you tell the captain? Do you tell your bowler to do? What style do you bowl to Robinson Obuya?
Indeed, that is for the captain now. That's his headache for the day. But I'm sure the bowler himself knows much, but he's quite an experienced bowler, and he knows why he's being hit, the ones he's dropping short.
And that's Beck going off for flicking that off onto with a no-look shot there, and stumbled into the boundary for 4 runs for Anas Beck.
David Wawire being put to the sword. That particular one, this time straying down the leg, and Anas Beck will oblige and say, I will get an opportunity to also come into the boundary scoring options. And today, it is Stephen Wobose fielding out there. He's not the wicket keeper, it is Charles Musemeza. And he has to put in the hard yards, running, trying to save the day. It's definitely tough days for David, having gone for 17 in his first over. It is already 17 in his second over, with a ball left in the particular over to be delivered.
Full outside of stump, almost a Yorker. Was that just put down?
Yeah, this time it looked like a catch, because either it was requiring a sneak or ultra edge moment, but definitely it was a shot at the end of the day. As you can see, it's not a bye.
End of the 50th over, 60 for no loss. Good length, easy work there for Anas Beck to just crush it through covers for 4 runs.
Yashasvi Joshi creating the room. He created the width on that particular ball, Anas Beck, by staying leg side, moving farther down the leg, and picking up a very important boundary through the point region. It has forced some changes because suddenly the Mburo Blasters captain, with all his experience, Riyazat Ali Shah, recognizing that actually the Bunyonyi Warriors are on course to surmount that total. They're already at 12.39.
A couple of UCA or Cricket Uganda Cricket Cranes head coach there alongside his assistant. That is outside off stump and put away. A lot of strength just right under that for Anas Beg to bring up another maximum.
Anas Beg finding his groove, finding his sights, and hitting the range. This time, such a splendid over extra cover on one knee. Vintage Virat Kohli shot. The young man Anas Beg punishing anything outside the off stump.
Brilliant comeback there from Joshi. There's this very humble call out from the Mburo Blasters field. Mike, now Charles hasn't been keeping wicket for the all of the tournament, but here we see him getting into behind the wickets. Does that mean this one hit straight over Joshi, and it's 4 runs for Anas Beg? Does that call out for that possibly?
Recognize that it's pitched up outside of stump. Once again, he picks his ranges, finds the gaps. Another healthy boundary.
Another one this time around going across, but not enough on it. Are we yet to see Stephen Wabose? Because we've seen him occasionally bowling the left-arm orthodox. Do we see that? Is that the brain possibly behind that?
I would want to have picked the brain of Captain Riyazat Ali Shah on the matter. A chance of a catch.
Keeper.
It is dropped by the man himself. We're talking about Riyazat Ali Shah positioning himself right there on the 30 yards, trying to pick up the wicket. Over. He tries to pick up that wicket of Anas Beg. Instead, he juggles it, jumbles, and rolls it on the ground. But as I was saying, that I would have loved to know his mindset. I don't think he's necessarily keeping him as a bowling option.
Billy.
But in the look of things and how the pressure is building up, the need to pick up a wicket. Instead, you may even see the likes of Fahad Mutagana coming on earlier on to bowl, because besides Stephen Wabose, you already have Munigwa Hamid, an orthodox left-arm spinner. He's definitely the man to go to when you want to try and quieten affairs, and you trust him to have the guts and the means and even the wherewithal, the skill set and his talent abilities to try and get into the minds of the batters and keep them quiet. And today will be quite a challenge because he's bowling to batters who are really in the groove. 21 of 14 for Obuya Robinson and Anas Beg at 46 of 22. It is quite a challenge for the young man coming into bowl at the moment.
Fended off the pads for Robinson Obuya to bring Anas Beg onto strike, who is 4 runs away from the half century of the day, first half century of the day.
Interestingly, the power play ended up on 74. That is the kind of treatment we're talking about, that the young man is in likely trouble, to get into trouble, but that brings up the half century for the young man.
Shot, and Anas Beg just decides to put away his leg, clear his leg foot onto the offside, on the onside, and giving himself enough width to whack that all the way to the tennis court for 6 runs and bring him to the half century mark. Shot once again, there's a call for a catch. Oh, no man's land. And safe Anas Beg to just grip those 2 runs for himself.
That was almost perfectly bisected right in the middle of the two opening bowlers at the boundary. In Bilal Hassoun and David Wawire, they tried to run and cover that, pick up a catch. Thankfully, they still saved the boundary.
Mundigwa not yet picking the best of length this time around, just going lucky with that one.
No.
Mundigwa would have had a different kind of figures when you look at how he has really, the kind of length he has hit today. But he's lucky now, moving at 10 of 5 balls. Another cheeky one there from Robo. Quick running from the two pair. That was really quick running to bring out the end of the 7th over with the squad 84 for Nolos. There you go. The change finally comes up. Steve Wabose into the attack from the shell end. Don't I feel that was a more deliberate decision from Riyazat to swap roles for Muchameza alongside pegged alongside Steve Wabose.
You called it, and he is now bowling.
Oh my goodness! Welcome to the sword. That is the shot from Robin Sobuya to send Steve Wabose packing.
I was just completing my statement that you called it, and indeed, Robinson Obuya sizing it up early and finding that big hit all the way for a maximum. First ball to be sent all the way to the shell end. It is that kind of day. Several balls have been sent out flying. First, the Mburo Blasters were blasting them away to Ginger Road end. Robinson Obuya says, I'll do you one better. I'll send them to the farther end of the shell end. Probably to go and have a snack at either KFC or Cafe Java's. And that is the man in your image there, Robinson Obuya. Strong, big muscles. He can hit it far. It is a rude welcome to Stephen Wabose into the bowling ranks today. And he knows the pressure will be on him. Whenever a batter gets a boundary off the fast ball, it is never a welcome sight. But getting a maximum is even more imposing from the batter. And for the rest of the 5 balls, it will be Steve Wabose playing catch-up to this over.
It's ball 1 for Steve Wabose, and it is 6 on ball 1 for Steve Wabose. All for Wabose 2. Good comeback there, tacked off the pads that for single there for Robinson Obuya. Who has put up a very exceptional approach in this chase. He's looked to bat pretty. He has created a balance between cautiousness and the calculated risks. And that's why, all the reasons why the score is reading 91 for Nolos after 7.1. Cheeky there. Brilliant soft hands from Anas Beg to bring back Robo onto strike with Steve Wabose. 3 balls to go. The fans are making all the necessary calls to call up friends to come and watch the action that is happening here. Robo against a former old mate at Ginger Senior Secondary School, a powerhouse in cricket in the Eastern region. Straight one. That was really beefed into the tennis court. That was sheer power into that one, and a big fist bump between Anas Beg and Robo.
Picks up early the length, gets into position. Reminds me of that particular six, the only six in the Cricket World Cup 2024 by Uganda was by none other than that man himself, Robinson Obuya, hitting Nabi Muhammad of Afghanistan. Here he is today, getting back into these memoirs. That is the caliber of the man. He can hit it far. And I tell you, with those kind of abilities and with that kind of attitude and pedigree, there should be all kinds of concerns for the Mburo Blasters. Today, the Bunyonyi Warriors are not only batting deep, but they are really looking like deep waters. Ever running so still, but very formidable and ready to perform for the day for their team. Some of the fans and cricket enthusiasts there wondering how so many balls can be lost in one game. It's all happening today. Thanks and courtesy to those two gentlemen in the middle, especially that man, number 9, Robinson Obuya, making the bowlers pay. I tell you, Stephen Wobose is having that kind of over that he would like to forget quickly.
Just shocking out to see how the Bunyonyi Warriors have closed in, because at the end of the power play they were almost 20 runs short of the Mburo Blasters score. But here they are after 7.5. They are simply 6 runs short of that. I mean, actually, they're just 8 runs short of that, 10 runs short of that.
And what is the most significant statistic is that it is 99 for no after 7.5 overs, meaning that they are reminding the Mburo Blasters of that epic run chase of 221 for 1, that it can happen today as well. This time it is against the Mburo Blasters, not for them.
Fended off to close out the 8th over. 99 for no loss. Hamid Monigwa into the fray from the continuing from the Kampala Road end. His senior counterpart Steve Wabose going for 14 runs the previous over, bringing Robinson Obuya to 14 runs to get a half century and bring the partnership to over 100 runs. Oh, brilliant, brilliant, into the air so high, almost plucking out a Superman, but it's 6 runs for Bunyonyi Warriors.
That is giving himself room, making sure that he gets full access of that ball, sends it high in the sky, and indeed David Wawire thought he could actually just snatch it out of the heavens. Hope he didn't injure his very important gifted hands. They will be needed tomorrow in the surgeon's room. It's being put to the sword for the bowlers today.
Cheeky there from Anas Beg. after that big one that has brought their partnership 98, 2 runs short of the 100 mark of just 50 balls. This is seeming like it's going to be a very interesting chase. There's a bigger call there. Yes, Munigwa with the breakthrough. Oh my goodness, what a phenomenon for the youngster in Munigwa to send back an Asbeg, denying the partnership a 100 mark.
And that is the combination there. Just outside the off stump. Slight feather. Young Munigwa Hamid. So glad to be the bowler to get the breakthrough.
Which other sort of flowers would you want as a youngster? But to get such a big wicket of a person who is tearing everybody apart, even the seniors on the side. There you go, trying to get through it with a Riyazat of what kind of fielding he needs. Mulongo Paul too has given very great support to this opening batting for the Bunyonyi Warriors, currently standing in the 5th position in the batting rota with 81 runs, highest being 49 runs with a strike rate of 147 is in with 93 runs needed from 11.2. Is this dream a possibility?
Well, like I mentioned earlier on, all it takes is just some couple of wickets to turn around the game. It's never easy chasing down big totals. And Paul Mulongo there, not troubling the scorers at all. He walks in as fast as he's walking out. And it will now be pressure. Young Hamid Munigwa once again putting that just outside the off stump. Closer, too close for the cut shot. And expertly, athletically done, accomplished by the captain himself, Riyazat Ali Shah, who placed himself in the high traffic area of covers. Sends it back as though it's just a pass in basketball. And from now on, it will become a much more difficult position. But the good news is the captain himself taking full responsibility for this run chase comes in at number 4.
Yeah, excellent. Fred Achilam has continued to show how much he has grown as a senior player and as his leader. He has consistently continued to bat at that position and continuing to have influence in the game. But as things stand, the Bunyonyi Warriors, who are comfortably cruising, are now 105 for 2 with the youngster on the hat-trick ball. Are we seeing the first hat-trick of the tournament? Here we go. Munigwa on the podium. Excellent to close out the over. 9 overs and 105 for 2. Riyazat Ali Shah finally decides to take shape from the shell end. Feels that at this point of time, it's where things could be won or things could be gifted away. So it's time now for me to get into the middle of things. Captain is on, so captain should be on. I feel that's the conversation within Riyazat Ali Shah's mind. They need 93 runs. Their captain is on. Robo is on fire. Is standing out 36 of 22. Then I captain too have to be on.
Yeah.
Great psychological play there between the different captains. They are making sure they put in a good day's shift.
Couple of words there, exchanges between Robo and Riazat Alisha. As a batter, I feel sometimes you gotta be careful with especially if a bowler extends those conversations. It could be a trick to excite you or to put you down. Onto the pads, fended off of third man to find leg. Quick pick for Hariom to just send it back to the wicket keeper, but a single for the captain and gets off the mark.
It's all shaped out nicely. This game right now, Riazat Alisha recognizing that this is the moment it can either get away or they can get the full stranglehold on the game, especially if they're able to pick up Robo's wicket. That is Robinson Obuya.
Some sort of slower bouncer into a slower one into there, but those are the crowd for you coming to enjoy the good game there. Victoria Strikers captain Kenneth Waiswa not having the best of the tournament, but he'll be in the afternoon back into action after that yesterday's victory. Riazat Ali continuing to hit it back of length with the off and right cutters into play. It's not quite giving them the kind of width I feel they would want with that short back of the length that is hitting. So far, so good for Riazat Alisha. Proper control into the proceedings with 4 runs off 2 off 4 balls. You'd celebrate 4.
Yeah.
Riazat Alisha not giving anything for free over here, and that closes out the half mark with a score at 110 for 2. Youngster Hamid Munigwa having a quite commendable outing this morning with a score of his after 2 overs 17 for 2. 2 brilliant catch wickets for himself. This time Rod strays it for a wide and getting on a hat-trick ball. What else would you want as a youngster growing through the ranks?
Hamid Munigwa, an understudy to Henry Senyondo, a mainstay in the Cricket Cranes setup. Just seated watching from the background, and you can clearly see that he has been mentored well by Henry Senyondo, who always insists on denying the batters anything for free. And he has just kept darting in those around the last 10 balls, if you may be able to remember his pitch map. It has just been that outside of stump and darting them in, keeping the batters quiet, giving them nothing, knowing that the 2 better fielders are patrolling that region of point and cover region. Robinson Obuya, some hard choices to be made.
Outside of Sam this time round. I got it right. Robin Sobia sends Hamid Munigwa to the ropes for 4 runs. That's what they call bossing around.
Picks up the length this time well, and he expresses himself fully. Getting now closer to that 50-run mark. Robinson Obuya at 43 of 30, doing the job for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Cross through that one to sort of bring himself back onto the strike, and closing out the 11th over with 116 for 2. Very, very brilliant bowling there from Hamid Munigwa. How he kept Robin Sobuya guessing, to the extent that he had to go for the reverse that eventually missed. But Riazat into the attack.
Yeah.
Riazata having a very strong say in this proceeding. 6 runs of 1.1 overs. This time round just balls it a touch more fuller than the length he has decided to hit all day. And there was a hesitation. You can see the sort of pressure that is building onto the batters. A hesitation, he rushed, called for a run.
One captain to another, you get the feeling there's a bit of some extra respect being offered Riazat Ali Shah. Bunyonyi Warriors have to express themselves as they've just been going about. Probably not that way by having a shimmy down the wicket, but basically remaining positive and offering shots to each of the delivery according to its merit, rather than playing against the name of the bowler, which seems to be the case, without taking away anything from Riazat Ali Shah's discipline and consistency. You just get a feeling that Bunyonyi Warriors have sort of gotten into a shell whenever he's bowling to them, and that can end up being quite a costly affair.
Short, no ball, and a big opportunity for Bunyonyi Warriors to sort of put Riazat onto the sword, as Robo will be taking on that free hit.
No ball called Ali, called loudly by Mr. Makumi Musoke Patrick, the umpire. That's therefore the signal for the free hit. And Robinson Obuya will do well to know that this is the opportunity to finally take the shackles off in terms of attacking Riazat Ali Shah's bowling.
Well, very well taken on through the points region. Robinson Bia makes good use of that no ball to earn himself first boundary off Riazat.
Width on offer, throws the kitchen sink at that ball and gets very good value for the shot. Probably could have wanted the maximum, but he'll take the boundary. The 4 is sufficient, considering that it was a free hit. So it will be 1 ball resulting in 5 runs.
And 1 run for Robin Sobuya to have his half century of the day.
Yeah.
Brilliant, intelligent batting from Robinson Obuya. A very well much respected half century and the first of the day. Bat up and a huge round of applause from the dugout. Sorry, I beg to say the second half century of the day. Very well matched, intelligent batting from Robin Sobuya. Cleaned up is all Fred Achelamu could get from the very last ball of the over from Riyazat Ali Shah.
Motioning that it was a cutter, but that's exactly what Riyazat Ali Shah is known for. He's a wily fellow. He will tend to bowl it pace on, pace off, cutters, off cutters, and once in a while even attempt the leg cutter, as seen in that image. He definitely goes back of the hand. This time it comes back in. Chalam, beauty of playing all around that, trying to go leg side. Not much feet movement, and that is the explanation for the clean bowled. Riyazat Ali Shah on song, having conceded only 13 runs in his 2 overs.
What a turnaround in fortunes that we are seeing. We saw it earlier on from the Mburo Blasters, who had blasted off to Maz in the first overs in the first power play, having over 100 runs and ending up posting 170 or so runs. Here we are seeing another sort of, maybe I would say I'm too early to say this, but the rate at which the wickets and how important the wickets are falling, I would want to say maybe we are yet to see another collapse.
Well, at least Bunyonyi Warriors have tried to hold fort because it's already the 13th over. At this point, the Mburo Warriors were about already 6 wickets down. So they've only lost half the resources, but the difference is in the batting depth. Probably young Nero Jonathan, one of the other only recognizable batters to come in. And now Robinson Obuya just has to play through.
Well placed through covers there. Through square call for 2 runs. Oh my goodness, does Robinson make it? That is true definition of fitness. Robin Obuya safely into the crease. Robin Obuya knows he has a huge responsibility if they are to go and clinch this victory and close the gap.
But certainly Robinson Obuya can trust young Nero Jonathan with his batting abilities and skill set, not necessarily needing to maintain the strike at all times.
Another one there, just leaning into that one through covers to bring the new man onto strike. That is Baguma Joseph against a man who's roaring, Hamid Munigwa, who's now at 26 runs of 3.2 for 2 wickets. The captain having a couple of words in there for Baguma. Let's see how impactful the few words have had onto Hamid.
Hamid Munigwa continuing darting those balls in, making sure he doesn't give any air to the batters to take him on.
There's a call for 2 runs. Easy work there for the 2 batters. Baguma is not interested in those outside of thumb length that has been hit by Hamid Munigwa, cramping, not giving the kind of freedom that Robin Sobuya has had earlier on. Dot ball to extend the end of that quarter from Hamid Munigwa. That is looking pretty nice.
Joseph Benjamin Baguma showing the kind of mettle that he is. He's not had a good campaign as a batter, But this particular match is well stirred up and encouraged to actually come to the party and help Robinson Obuya. Beg your pardon, earlier on I saw him as Jonathan Nyiro, but that's actually Joseph Benjamin Baguma.
It is 7 overs to go to the end of the innings, but the score is 130-3. Required run rate against the current run rate, not very far away from each other, because it's a difference of 0.39 off the hip towards mid wicket. That should be easy one there for the Baguma Joseph. Base off, but that is push towards mid wicket from Robinson Obuya. You want to feel that in such situations where the run rate in against the required run rate is not far away, maybe it must be on the batter's side, because you take it that a couple of boundaries and it totally swings back to the batting side. What do you have to say about that, Mike?
Well, actually, it's now evenly poised. 9.9 is the required run rate, and the current run rate as well is 9.9. But it always takes just one ball, one wicket, or one boundary. In this particular moment, it is the one boundary. That will always change back the run rate in the favor of the batters. Should it have been a wicket, it's in the favor of the bowling side.
Rocks back, grants that to work with, and just whacks it all the way to the screen. Brilliant shot of batting, piece of batting from Baguma, sharing all the hard work with Robinson Obuya, making the dream a reality. Oh, creativity there. That should be racing all the way, but no, Doctor has other options. What a beautiful shot to watch there.
Gutsy, courageous, bold. But unfortunately, that didn't come off the blade itself. It was more of the gloves as well. But if it was off the blade, certainly it was going for a boundary. And 2 boundaries in a row would have put the Bunyonyi Warriors in a much better place. But look at that run rate. It's now 10.1. And so the required run rate will also go slightly lower.
Come on, Riazat, you cannot be doing this at this point of time. Every run counts, every dot ball counts. And here is Riazat, was a very great bowling outing, offering those freebies. Just gives you a breather as a batter, because you have an extra ball to play at. Flicked off from the offside to the onside. 2 runs pushed in.
Very healthy over so far for the Bunyonyi Warriors. And at the moment, it's already 13 runs in. 11 runs into the over. And still with a ball to spare. Much more desirable for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Easy, nice way to close out the 14th over. 142-3. He's 56 runs from 6 overs, required run rate at 9.33. What is the route that you take? Do you go all guns blazing, or do you just go cautiously about it? This is one situation where the game is most likely to be won from. Steve was into the attack from the Kampala road end. Riazat Alisha just getting that information from Steve as to what exactly he wants, so that there's nothing, no stone is left unturned.
Yeah, nothing should be left to chance. If there is an opportunity and a possibility, then it will be possible.
That's a straighter to the man in the deep, Bilal Hassoun. If it just goes on like that, that means 16 runs will be got from this over, and there'll be 3.4 runs short of the required run rate. And that's where the fine line and critical thinking comes. What approach do you take as a batter? Do you go for the risky one? Or do you continue to be cautious, just like we are seeing? But remember, high risk, high reward.
Well, at the moment, it is already a good, healthy run rate, 10 runs and over. So at times, there is no need to risk, especially considering the impact of that risk. Right now, the recognizable batters are almost all in the middle. And any wicket lost will be more pressure and a possible turnaround of the game, a win for the opposition. So they will definitely look to limit any chances of risk. And also Robinson recognizing this is a great opportunity to go ahead and even probably score a century today.
Bunyonyi continuing to opt for the more cautious route, as they believe that could potentially take them to cross the line. It's 2 balls to go in for this particular one. But Baguma has another thought. The man is under it. Riazat Ali simply grabs that. And Baguma has been given the matching orders.
Joseph Benjamin Baguma sort of doing the unthinkable, trying to go for glory. There moves offside, trying to open up the onside. Just manages to sky that, gets a bit of height on that ball, but not the full distance. And Stephen Wabose will be the glad gentleman, finally picking up a wicket for his troubles.
The man in is not the man everybody was looking out for in Nino Jonathan. This time around, it's 40 for Ali Jonah Fortunate. Just the man who is so much known for beating that ball pretty hard and big. But he can get a little more creative and disturbing, because his trademarks are the reverse slap sweeps. So you would want to think he's going to keep the ballers off their length with that sort of batting. But it's 1 ball to go for Steve, and he's got his first of the day and of the tournament. Bunyonyi Warriors needing 52 runs from 5.1 overs at a required run rate of 10. Don't want to be shocked if Fortunate Alijuna can just go for the reverse sweep on the very last ball for Steve Wabose. It's a dot to close out the second over for Steve Wabose. 146 for 4 after 15. Bilal Hassan into the attack, replacing the captain. Aljuna Fortunate is the new man, not yet off the mark, alongside Robin Sobuya with a healthy 56 of 39 balls.
This is a period where the bowlers, the strike bowlers return to do the business. And Bilal Hassan will know all too well that this is his opportunity to come to the party.
Big sent very high. Steve, nowhere chance for it to take that one. And it is 6 runs for Bunyonyi Warriors.
Surely coming to the party is a tough job because that's picked up early. Robinson Obuya giving himself room, shifting and making sure that he turns the Yorker into a possible hit. And it's a maximum hit. Much to the delight of his dugout, the Bunyonyi Warriors. They're on the mark, they're on the course. It is now just the 46 runs left from over 58 balls to go. Few changes indeed because Robinson Obuya is in the mood to go big and take his team to glory today for the much needed win.
Miscued one this time, Rowan, but graces to what Steve was there for another single, bringing Fortunate onto strike and yet to also to get to the show. It's been an interesting battle between the required run rate and the current run rate. It's been shifting almost every after ball. And sometimes this is why fans come pay their money to come watch this game, because of such interesting moment changes. A quick one sneaked in there from the Bunyonyi Warriors. Fortunate not right getting it onto the bat, but nevertheless is off the mark of 2 balls. Robin's Robo is the song now. What can you do? Do you finish off the game in a couple of 2-3 overs? Do you play it to the wire?
Effective Yorkers being pitched in by none other than, and it's a wicket, it's a run out because Robinson Obuya, to his own demise, he chooses to run 2.
Was that really needed? Was that really needed? But maybe the misfumble from Joshi could have easily offered misjudgment from the 2 running pairs. But Robin Sobuya has to depart. And if you want to feel the Mburo Blasters are starting to believe, they have a circle around them discussing. But Jiro Jonathan is onto the wicket, a man that has almost the same power, just like the man getting out in Robo, who has had a very brilliant outing, 63 runs of 41.
They say sometimes when you put in a dive, you may get the benefit of doubt, which at times is meant to go to the batter. If you are able to put in that dive as opposed to just trying to slide in your bat. But Robinson Obuya there, guilty of his own calling, trying to get 2 runs. The net result is he has to return to the dugout And it's a tough one because at the end of the day, it means that all the hopes that Bunyonyi Warriors had of really scaling this total seem to have gone out. They seem to have snuffed out with that particular dismissal.
All right.
Excellent bowling there from Bilal Hassan, but a single is sneaked in there. Nero Jonathan not quite getting onto that. So the same kind of situation from that game between Mburo Blasters and Choga Avengers, their first encounter in the tournament. Brilliant for 4 runs. That was really sheer pace from Bilal Hassan.
Picking up that gap comfortably all the way through, and much to the delight of the Bunyonyi Warriors, who know that the challenge is on and they need to rise to the occasion.
That closes out the 16th over, 164.5 with 38 runs needed from 4 overs. It was really good pace from Bilal Hassan, but fortunate Ali Juna was in no mood to give it any respect whatsoever, just swinging his bat pretty hard, and all that came into contact was enough to send it racing straight into the square region area for 4 runs to sort of cool down the mounting onto the Bunyonyi Warriors camp. But Steve Wabose is into the attack from the Kampala Road end. He has a brilliant outing so far. 2 overs, 18 runs for 1 wicket. Pass on to that one. Another excellent dot ball for Steve Wabose. Fortunate Arjuna has to intervene and just offer him a couple of words. I'm wondering why Asaba is running to Steve Wabose, yet his long-time teammate in Fortet Arjuna is off strike. Could it be potentially Fortunate who will be looking at sneaking in a single?
Bunyonyi Warriors currently needing that 37 runs to victory. 37 needed from just the 22 balls. Not impossible, but quite a big task considering the wickets that are already fallen, the 5. And the pressure in the moment, and Stephen Wabose also returning and growing in leaps and bounds.
Beautiful bowling there from Steve Wabose. But Mike, just look at that pitch. The covers region is quite empty there. Fad Mtagana deep there, covering deep square cover, deep covers there, and then another deep point. Oh my God, miscued, and it should be easily taken from Stephen Wabose. Yes, that is sunk in.
That is the pressure moment, and what the pressure does to you. Looking at the balls left versus the runs. And unfortunately for Fortunate Ali Juna, he succumbs. Trying to go skyward towards Ginger Road. He just gets the top of the bat And that is a comfortably completed catch. Cotton ball, Stephen Wabose. Already 2 wickets to his name. Having gone for 14 runs in his first over. Look at those figures now. 19 for 2 in 2.5 overs. Certainly a very good comeback for Stephen Wabose.
Intelligent fielding and bowling from the Mburo Blasters. I think that's exactly what Asaba was the kind of tip he was offering to Steve Wabose, because you could see he really loves the reverse sweep shots. Now keeping in mind that Steve Wabose was going to be turning it away. So you saw that they put away the covers, dropped the extra cover, and then you had a deep, a rare side for a left-arm spinner to have a deep point in there, and then a fly guy, you want to say that, and then a backward point. Do you feel that could have brought the pressure that was enough for Fortin Jr. to miscue that one, Mike?
Clearly, it turns out to be the solution, because he was now forced to try and go leg side, hitting against the spin, against the turn. Never advisable, because you don't get the timing right necessarily. And the pressure moment, there is higher chances of giving a chance of a catch. And that is exactly the net result. Interesting little mind games, as you point out there, Yasin.
The end of the 17th over that still keeps Nero Jonathan off strike. And the score is 162 for 6. Very interesting images there. Of course, it has been a discussion off mic why Nero Jonathan opted to take that strike to that single, yet keeping in mind it was going to keep them off strike. And the youngster will be taking strike, a new batter.
Well, he trusts his partner. He knows he can navigate any kind of bowling to him, whether pace or spin. It remains to be seen. The jury is still out on this one. Certainly with that kind of drive, there's nothing to fear for young Amir Ochaya. He's within his element. He's able to execute on whatever is required of him. And again, more importantly, every run counts at this point in time. Remember, it's just now. Just the 17 balls left, still 35 runs to win.
A miscued one, was going for a big one and just closes it for a single. Nero Jonathan tapping on his helmet. Why didn't I get that one? Because he actually has the power and the skill to just send that ball all the way. That was a miscued one. And brings back the young man in Amir onto strike. With the required rate at overing now 13.12. Shot fended off the ribs. Does Ariom get that into time? But that should be easy. 2 runs. There's a call for 3 runs. Nero Jonathan going for the back for the money. Yes. Slots in 3 runs. Brilliant, exceptional running from Nero Jonathan.
Exciting stuff here. Coming to a conclusion. You need every single run possible. You need to rotate the strike, but also take advantage of any kind of misfields. And that's exactly what is happening between Nero Jonathan and Ochaya Amir.
I just loved the way he took on that risk, because on the 3rd run, Amir was nowhere looking at Nero Jonathan. He only got to realize when Nero is right behind him. Brilliant piece of run from the two batters.
Well, risky too, but no harm, no foul.
Carved out onto the offside. To again bring the young man into the fray, extending that run to 167 for 6 after 168 for 6 after 17.4. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant is all I can say. Another one there. The Great Lakes Men's T20 Tournament 2026 edition has not fallen short of surprises and intriguing moment.
I think young Amiro Chaya has answered your call to why he should be trusted as a batter. He's been around and he's not afraid of pace. And that's what you want in your partner.
Semi-skewed one, that should be safe. That should be safer. And could have easily been a quick single, but that brings the end of the 10th over 169 for 6. This time round, Mike should agree with me. There's no shortcut, there's no route. Bunyonyi Warriors need a couple of maximum to zero this down to make life very easy in their last over.
Well, you only need 14 and a half. Okay, 15 runs and over. That's just a 4 and a 6. It's not an impossible task. And there's no need to go haywire. It will be definitely something that the two batters will think about, but I wouldn't fault them for failing because this is not within their element. Requiring two young men in the middle to get you 15 runs and over, the penultimate over for that matter, to get 15 runs is as such a big ask of any young man.
But what's the route? All guns blazing, cautiously.
Just look to get a boundary, couple of boundaries, it changes the game, especially earlier on in the over.
Cut through. There should be 2 runs easily. Mike continuing dodging the bullet, but I feel the route is just trying to aim for that 2 maximums in this over and have your life very pretty set in the next over. Lunges forward, but no way. Easily gifted to Joshi. Maybe could have taken Mikey's option, but Nero has to depart.
Well, certainly when you try to force the issue, that is the result. Because it's not necessary that only the maximums give you the result. Just being tactical, and Nero Jonathan there stepping way outside his leg stump and trying to open up that side. Just manages to get a thick outside edge. And young Ariom will gladly pick up a wicket. Almost grasping it, but he's able to recover and hold on to that ball. Beg your pardon, Joshi. Yavanshi is the man who takes a catch at fly, slip. And that means that in the middle will be batter number 9 to come in.
Pass on to that one from Steve, a quicker one. But I feel on that initial decision of Nero Jonathan, the decision was right, but the placement of the left foot really didn't give them the much needed control, Mike, onto that shot. Because I believe if he had really had much more control, that ball could really move. But that's through covers. Should be an easy one there.
Well, it makes it a wrong decision then, because you can still get a boundary without necessarily going unorthodox. And Musa Majid now will have to do the job. And that's a much better hit. It's only a single, but it's only early days into his inning. You give him a couple of such hits, he'll start getting the boundaries. Because definitely the advisable approach will just be to get the boundaries. Let the maximum be a bonus, but the boundaries will still get you home.
But with 1921 now, required run rate, really that single does really get you home.
No, I said boundaries, not singles.
Well, that closes out the 19th over with a score 174 for 7. It's 24 runs needed. It is Musa Majid alongside Amir on the wicket. Can we see a haste this afternoon?
Umpire signaling a penalty for the last over for poor time management. And so Mburo Blasters will field with only the 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard. Could it be an advantage or limiting?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a brilliant piece of bowling from Bilal Hassan. Bilal, it's a mercy for the young man, crashing just onto those toes.
Once you get to the middle, you're no longer a young man and you can't cry mercy, because the experience of the game requires and demands that you put bat to ball. And Hassan will know very well Yorkers will do it for him.
Another inside edge to earn that easy single and sort of practice what we call damage control, to just sort of reduce onto the damage that we see like is already in sight.
Sometimes, just like life, cricket can seem cruel, because at the point where Robinson Obuya ran himself out, that is simply, easily, arguably could have been the moment at which Bunyonyi Warriors lost this game.
Another dot ball, and most honestly, it's like the Mburo Blasters have sealed this one into their bag to keep up with pace on the Choga Avengers, who will be getting in the afternoon match alongside Victoria Strikers, who have just so far got their first win in the tournament. It's a true classic. Typical wild swing, but all the energy going for nothing.
Look at all those dot balls in the final over. That's Bilal Hassan for you. He will always come to the party, and it takes a bit of skill, and that's why there is particular practice and training as well for that kind of approach, making sure that you attack the Yorkers either by changing the length or adjusting the line. Try and cause the bowler to get out of his comfort zone of Yorkers.
Another thick jammed shot there to sneak in a damage control single for the Bunyonyi Warriors. That's done and dusted. It's the end of the very first game of the day. And it's the Bunyonyi Warriors. It is who lose out this afternoon, this morning. Buro Blasters going on to win by 20 runs. It's been a brilliant early run innings from both sides, but faltering amid the proceedings. But nevertheless, Buro Blasters are the champions.
And that's the match summary as it were. Charles Musemeza 37 of 33. Alicia 33 of 10, 29 of 22 for Joshua, 64 for Robinson Obuya of 42, and 62 for Baig Anas of 30. Joseph Baguma 15, the other batter in recognition, but Adam K, look at casting there, 18 runs in his three, just for 18 runs for the 3 wickets in his 4 overs. Jonathan Sebanja, I beg your pardon, Jonathan Nyero, 49 for 3 in his 3.5 overs, and Joseph Baguma 35. The bowlers were really fetching many today, but Steve Wabose, a man coming back to the party, 14 runs in his first over, 34 for 3. Munigwa 29 for 2, and Ali Shah 25 for 1. And the match summary: Mburo Blasters won by 20 runs.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the player of the match presentation of match day number 5 of the Great Lakes Men's T20 Tournament 2026. A match between Bunyonyi Warriors and Mburo Blasters. Earlier on, Bunyonyi Warriors winning the toss and opting to bowl first. Mburo Blasters, just like they've been going about their business, blasting off 197 runs for 10 wickets. And Bunyonyi Warriors, of course, the business being done as usual from Charles Msemeza in his companionship of Riyazat Alisha. And then Bunyonyi Warriors having a very close loss of 20 runs, a very mighty run score of Robinson Obuya. But before let's continue with the captain Anas Beg of the Bunyonyi Warriors. Yes, Anas Beg, you have lost that one. You had a chance to close in the gap with the Mburo Blasters. What does it mean for the side?
We bowled really well. Kudos to our bowlers and fielders. The opposition got off to a flyer, scoring 100 runs in 6 overs, but we really did well in the field, restricting them to 198. Yes, we fell short of 20 runs, but we have to pull up our socks in the batting department.
Yeah, you also felt you had this game very much in your control when it comes at the chasing score. You were moving quite cautiously. But what do you think really costed you, especially your wicket alongside Robin Sobuya?
I think it comes back again to the middle overs. We should just have been ticking the score, but we have to improve between our middle overs, just ticking the scoreboard.
All right, wish you good luck in your next one.
Thank you.
So, well, will be the Mburo Blasters captain Riyazat Alisha. Another congratulations, Riyazat Alisha.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a good game for us, especially with the bat. And I think like we have still have same problem from last 4 games, and we are scoring good runs in first 10 overs, and last 10 overs we are not utilizing properly.
You are closing in to Choga Avengers. Another win. What does that mean for your side?
I think it feels good to win a game, but we want to beat the Warriors because they are top of the table, and we lost 2 games against them, and the rest we played really well.
And then lastly, you're causing big losses to cricket to Uganda with the amount of balls you're sending outside the park. How many do you plan to send tomorrow?
We'll just play our positive game. That's what we want to do. We just utilize the power play. That's our plan as a team.
All right, cheers in your next one. So the next one will be the player of the match, the man who had 12 runs off 8 balls, bowled 4 overs for a cost of 24 runs and 3 wickets. But before that, we shall have the coach of the emerging Uganda side and the coach to Bunyonyi Warriors, Gali Wango, Roger Mkasa, former Ugandan international and a batter at Tornado Bees, who have just been crowned the champions in the Gold League. And the man is Steve Abose. You just act up. So Steve, a big congratulations for that.
Thank you, sir.
You've been keeping wicket your first time getting the ball. What was the mind behind that? Was that very intentional to you, get the ball getting into the game?
Well, my skipper believes in my experience, so he thought I knew what to do, and at what time. That's why I kept bowling. And
then you so much used of anchoring innings. We saw your team had a blasting off earlier on the innings during batting. Then the key batters went out. So we thought you were going to go in and anchor the innings, but there was a change in your approach. What was the mind about that? And actually, a quick fallout.
Yeah, well, I had both in mind. I wanted to keep up with the run rate as well. That's why you saw a bit of rush.
All right. Cheers and congratulations. Enjoy your day. So yeah, that has been it for the post-match. We shall be getting back in the afternoon in a game between Victoria Strikers and the Choga Avengers.
Yes, sir. Welcome back this afternoon. Day number 5, right here at the Great Lakes Tournament, the men's T20. It is going to be another interesting, amazing fixtures. Choga Avengers versus Victoria Strikers. And earlier on, my colleague Yasin was in the middle for the toss. Let's see what happened. And that's the story from the middle. It will be a choice to bowl. Victoria Strikers are bowling. Certainly, the Choga Avengers would have loved to bowl, but now they have a task to bat fast. We know they are batting depth. The only unbeaten team so far in the tournament on day number 5. Will this be the day that they finally falter? It is right here on a good Tuesday afternoon, Lugogo Cricket Oval, right here in the center in Kampala, Uganda, Africa. It's a quick single to get things going right from the start. It's Luwama Conrad and Ronald Lutaya. Ronald Lutaya getting out fast ball yesterday against, while playing against the Mburo. And today, certainly, they would look to bounce back. He would look to have a good game. He's known for his explosive batting. And Jonathan Kiza is the bowler that would want to challenge for his wicket as he looks to strike first off. Of course, still to bat in the dugout will be Olipa, Gerald, Calvin Watua, the other batter to talk about. Ronaldo Taya opting to go big. Wanted to hook that for 6 runs. Missing it altogether. And physio will have to be called in for the mandatory concussion test. He looks fine, but still the requirements are that there has to be the test conducted. Aerial view of Lugogo Cricket Oval and the neighborhood in the background. Amazing Nakawa sights the Nakawa URA house right there in the background. Just flanking the Nakawa house, the Nakawa Business Center, I beg your pardon. And Ronald Lutaya will be cleared for All Green to go on with his batting. Finally, Ronald Lutaya off the mark with his 3rd delivery faced. Chog Avengers choosing to go the more cautious route in their application today as a batting unit. Not explosive as always they've been, but maybe, just maybe, with a couple of balls left in this over, Conrad Lubwama may have something else to say. And that is the something else he has to say. It is a maximum. He seems to have taken the liking for that pace from Chiza Jonathan, picking up this length early, depositing it all the way through long on. And there is no protection because it is the power play period. First 6 overs of the match, only 2 fielders are allowed outside of the 30-yard, and the options they've gone for is deep square leg and 3rd man. And the next shot as well, over point region, couple of bounces, it's another boundary. Conrad Lubwama announcing himself on the scene. He just stays leg side of that ball and makes sure he gets bad onto ball for another comfortable boundary. Finishing up the first over at 12 runs for note. Chog Avengers. Jonathan Kiza's first over going for 12 runs. And his partner in business today will be none other than favorably now called KE, making his debut recently in Mumbai with the Cricket Cranes, as Cricket Cranes was touring the Mumbai Cricket Association teams that were provided against the Colts in the 50 overs and as well as the T20s. It is Kasaija Enoch to Ronaldo Taya. I'm not alone in the comms box. Joining me is Yasin Ngobi. Welcome back, Yasin.
Thank you, Mike. Bright, sunny afternoon and good cricket we poised for.
Short, fast off from Ronald Lutaya. Picks up a single because there is protection at the deep backward point. And it is always the inspirational figure of Paya Soloka. Very spirited fielder. Always willing to throw his body around for the team.
Took a very exceptional catch. I think you experienced that one. I was home seated and watching that streaming live on the Cricket Uganda channel. Brilliant, exceptional catch. No words to describe it.
These victorious strikers finally getting their first win yesterday against the Bunyonyi Warriors. They clearly are in for another shout today, and they know it will be a mammoth task, but a very good comeback, strong back-to-back games, because Sugar Avengers so far are unbeaten. And the way this young man, Conrad Lubwama, alongside Ronald Lutaya, the way they are batting, especially Conrad, who has already found his range, it will be quite a challenge today. And they need the early wickets of the Choga Avengers to have a chance of limiting the Choga Avengers to a lower score. Just to put you on the spot, what do you think would be a pass score for this particular match?
I think I'll just maybe also borrow Fred Achilamu's morning toss response about keeping it fixed because of what is behind these teams' situations, two different situations. Choga Avengers undefeated, Victoria Strikers now gaining the momentum. But most important not to take note of is, Victoria Strikers have been a short of a bowler. You can see how much they've been costly in the middle because they lacked that long bowling side. Now Enoch is into the side, so that means you have Paya Soloka operating in the middle alongside Kenneth Waiso, and that gives you a cutting edge. So I don't want to commit to any score. I just want to leave it an open-sided kind of situation.
Staying on the fence, this one you're seeing. You were there for the toss. Any hint of what Kenneth Waiso would have been looking to restrict the Choga Avengers?
Yeah, he was. He said, I believe, if I'm just to get it right, we're around 130, 120. And so far, when you just put away the first over, you want to see that is quite a spirited side. Paya Soloka, you can see, has gained his momentum currently on top of the bowling charts. And that's exactly what you want to get because Paya Soloka is such an attacking bowler who's going to get through those breakthrough. So I feel the game is still well poised.
Indeed, and that will bring up the end to the second. It is Choga Avengers 16 runs for none. 2 overs gone. It is a bright sunny afternoon right here at the Cricket Oval in Lugogo, Kampala, Uganda. The Pearl of Africa. And Jonathan Kiza continuing from the Ginger Road end. It's a little dab down to third man from Conrad. Probably too close for comfort. The previous over, he was able to cut that for a boundary. But in this particular play, he only manages to pick up a single because there is cover at the third man region. And third man and fine leg continue as the protection for Chiza Jonathan.
Just also just add up on that previous point we were bringing up. When you look at Victoria strikers, actually have got the most wickets in the power play. They're actually standing at 13 wickets. Second in place is the Choga Avengers, who are standing at 8. So I want to say maybe it's a little bit early. This game could be easily win to what exactly happens in the power play.
Well, already in the power play, it's happening from Lutaya, known as Lutafire. Lutaya Ronald getting that back in the best place. You want to hit that ball behind the bowler to the screen.
Yeah, just looking through that, one thing you should be sure, Kiza will not stop buying it very short and hard when you look at the setup. So this time round, Lutaya premeditating, shuffling back and giving himself that room to work with, and new ball, new shine on, racing all the way for 4 runs.
Picks up a single as a follow on. Oh, he turns that into 2. Couple of runs. Very good, effective, athletic running between the wickets from the 2 youngsters, Lutaya Ronald and Conrad Lubwama.
Yeah, Kisa is not the guy who's gonna shy away. And I am telling you, Mike, you just wait in case the wicket comes about this point of time. Don't be surprised, because right now when you look at the Choga Avengers batters, they're exactly playing into the trap set by the Victoria strikers. They're shuffling all around the wicket, and that's exactly as a bowling unit you would want. They'll not mind about the runs, they'll mind about them playing to their tunes. You just know anytime that breakthrough is gonna come.
You called it, and it has come. Of course, Ronald Lutaya. You wonder what he was going about there in his mind.
Very, very nice. Just speaking about it, the previous ball, Luton Fires, you've called him, is all over the wicket, not in the best shape. And there you go, a breakthrough for the team with the most wickets in the power play. There you go, look at that, look at that. No balance, no control over that shot, and a simple practicing catch there for Christopher Kidega to just put into the basket.
Yeah, the challenge with premeditating is you give the bowler an opportunity to actually work you out, to castle you out. You're making his work easier by showing him the options.
Once again, also, Mike, also just to get you posted, you very well know this. Cricket's really shifting where data-driven decisions should be taken. You should look at the team you're playing, the team with the most wickets in the power play, 13 wickets. How do you approach about that situation? You've got a couple of runs in the first over. You're striking out 23 in 2.5 overs. What are you shuffling all around the wicket? Luton Fire.
Well, have mercy on the man. He's already back to his dugout. And it means that he will have that lonesome look as his teammates will be asking the same exact questions you're asking, what he was trying to do. In the meantime, it is Geraldo Lipa who walked out into the middle, picking up a single immediately to rotate the strike. And that will bring up the end to the 3rd over. It is 24 for 1. Choga Avengers.
Let's go, lads. Come on, boys. 10 quickly, come on. Leg. Center. Thank you.
That is well driven by young Gerald Olipa. What a perfect shot. Straight all the way to the screen.
Brilliantly put away. Just a couple of shuffles. Keep that alignment into the line of the ball and extending those arms strongly to send it all the way. Brilliant shot from Gerald Olipa.
Gerald Olipa, a youngster that has come onto the scene, especially for the cricket cranes in this particular year. He's an exciting prospect, always positive, doing all the right things. After that maximum, he quickly turns into a single to rotate the strike.
I feel Kenneth Weiss is pretty much excited today if you have a couple of bowlers into the team giving you that flexibility. I can tell you when you look at their scores, they've really lost out their games during that middle phase. So right now you have the luxury of Pius Oloka, Christopher Kidega, Enoch into the side. You have Kiza alongside you. You have Mukisa Eric, Kenneth himself. So there's a good string of bowling options for him. And I think what was Conrad really looking out for that, almost chopping onto his wickets and just enough lucky to go by that. Another uncalled for approach from Conrad Lubwama. You'd want to think in such a position, 31 for 1, 3.4 overs, hovering at a run rate of 8.45. Just sort of try to contain the situation. You've just lost an early wicket in a quad of their formidable batters, so just try to contain the moment. Once again, not allowing himself to absorb the whole situation. Kodra Lubama trying to force the situation, and the situation imposing on him too. What is going to be the reaction like from Kodra Lubama with the very last ball of the fourth over? The channel goes for that on sort of a drive, you want to call it, but nevertheless a single for Conrad Lubama to close out the fourth over, 32 for 1. Exactly, the flexibility of the bowling option tells you, with the way Kenneth Weiss has approached this particular innings, deciding to keep Kiza continuing with his spell, of course going into the third over now. Trying to keep that ball away from Kodra Lubama, but ending up as a wide. Mike, you can now notice that the dispose of bowlers at Kenneth Weiss' hands is allowing him to give Kisa ball into the third over. So that tells you he has a lot of flexibility, a lot of options around his disposal, and that sort of gives him the confidence.
Indeed, like you analyzed, you have seen that with all the wickets they've been picking up in the power play, it means that they've been doing something right. Conrad Lubama, on the other hand, will say, I can also do my part. Picking up a boundary there through the cow corner region. a bit of a different approach, not necessarily your traditional orthodox shot, but effective because it covers that.
Well, that was pace off enough for almost on the fourth stamp. Of course, just giving Conrad the exact width to just swing through that across the line and get it. But that is something you should watch out because he has uncomfortably played the same sort of shot the previous over.
Chance of a run out. Puts in a dive. Just gets away with it because Arjuna Robert missing that altogether. It was almost a run out.
Look at that, that hesitation. That almost could have sent him packing. Very lucky day for Conrad Lubama.
You do mention about the bowling of Victoria strikers. I mean, they even have Jaffa Ochaya as a spinner, very effective in the middle periods. That's a huge one. Sent all the way by young Gerald Olipa.
Yeah, that was a brilliant rear approach from Gerald Olipa. Just had a couple of little steps forward. The ball didn't have room to work with, but the difference was the quick arms going through that and all the way to bring about that boundary, sending that score at 44 for 1.
Gerald Olipa is the man to go to right now for the Choga Avengers to steady their ship. This time he gets it much bigger, all the way outside to Ginger Road. And it will be another maximum.
This time Ron bangs it at length, angling it in. And Richard Olipa Gerard just swinging through that swing, the in swing of the ball. And the quick arms too, this time making the difference. Sending it very big and high to bring about his 20 runs off 5 balls. Yeah, you can say that's a great response from Gerard Olipa. Would have wanted the Kiza to just keep up with that short ball approach that he had unleashed earlier on and just give that occasional slower ball outside of stump. I think that could have easily made the difference, but this rhyme round just sort of changes the length, angles the ball into Gerard Olipa, who just marks that ball into the swing, and definitely with the quick arms that ball just keeps sailing all the way for 6 runs.
Gerald Olipa, such an exciting prospect. He offers you that. And I know the Choga Avengers would only wish that he can bat longer and stay in the middle. Then they have a chance of getting closer to that 200 mark. He follows it up with a drive of authority that is made a meal of by Simon Cesars in covers, but well covered by Waiso Kenneth just to pick up a single. Currently moving at 10.5 runs and over, means that the team Choga Avengers is well set to reach that 200 mark. And indeed, Conrad Luam as well will not shy away. He wants to be part of the party, almost going pound for pound with Gerard Olipa.
This time round, still hitting that hard length. But the lower crouching of Lubama just gives him that cutting edge to swipe through that for 4 runs, bringing the end of the 5th over 55 for 1.
Kenneth Weiser will be the change from the shell end. Of course, Kenneth recognizing that the Choga Avengers are sailing already at 11 runs and over 55 in 5 overs in the power play. Call that 56 now in 5.1. And I tell you, just in that story, Jonathan Kiza has conceded 43 of those 55 runs in his first 3 overs. Not a story he would want to remember for long. And Kenneth Weiser knows he has to do the mop-up job now for his bowling attack. And that is a very well executed seam bowling action. Of course, we saw yesterday Kenneth Weiser getting Fred Achelam in a similar manner. Fred trying to advance and infuse some extra pace into the ball. Kenneth seeing him early, dropping it a little short, managed to get his gloves all the way to the keeper, similar to that Conrad has missed today. And again, he steps out, moves, but fortunately for Conrad, it's a maximum.
Well, I want to give that very humble recognition to Rubama's innovativeness. He walks back, he comes down the track, gets that ball on the right and just goes through that. But the challenge is Kenneth Weiser has detected the way he's going across the line, and you can see Kenneth Weiser has consistently hit that ball a little back of the lane. So you can just expect a top edge anytime from now.
And this time, you called it already, trying to get it, dabbing it down the third man, just finds Chiza Jonathan. Well ball to Kenneth Weiser.
Brilliant, exceptional bowling. Very smart brains from Kenneth Weiser. He saw exactly how Kenneth was, how Conor Lubama was batting, swiping across, forcing everything, deciding only to keep that back of the length. There you go. Proper seam position. And Lubama has no width this time around to work apart from granting that baby catch. 2 keys are there. You go. Beautiful pictures there.
Seam bowling at its best. Kenneth Weiser is an experienced campaigner as a seam bowler, and he will always give you an X factor. He's the captain. He knows that there was a need to break that particular partnership that was already batting so highly. 62 was already on board, and so there was need to break the partnership, much to the delight of the entire Victoria Strikers team.
I think when I see how things are, the biggest concern when I look at this team playing today for Victoria Strikers is the form for Simon Sessazi. If he can just come to the party, give Perra Zombi a very great partnership, anything good for them could happen today, because in 4 innings, he's standing at 31 runs. A player of his caliber is not acceptable.
No way.
Interesting. And while what's that? It is Willie Robert, popularly known as Obere, for his strength, for his muscle, and for his hard hitting. He comes in at number 4, but at such a period of play when the Victoria Strikers are looking to strike hard, it won't be easy sailing for young Robert O'Willie. There he goes already with a swing and a miss, trying to get the maximum heat out of that particular shot.
Great skills and brains from Kenneth Weiser. He's typically leading from the front.
That will bring up the end of the 6th, end of the power play. 62 for 2 Choga Avengers. You were talking about the middle periods, Yasin, and now it will be indeed Paya Soloka coming through from the Ginger Road end. Yesterday had amazing deluxe figures, Pro Max stuff. 9 for 3 in his 4 overs. Today is a different game. And it is Gerald Olipa the other side. He can hit that ball. Yes, it's a single, but all the way to the boundary. Of course, the better fielders in this Victoria strikers on the boundary. Kenneth Waiswa, Christopher Kidega, of course, Simon Sesazi himself, and young Eric. Owili will not shy away from muscling that ball all the way. There are singles being taken, but the ball is rushing to the boundary.
Yeah, someone would be really excited to look at how he's swiveling around that ball, but I can assure you, let him be extremely careful. We could see the same sort of issue just like from Kodran Lubwama anytime from now. Very beautiful shot.
Well struck by Gerald again. He's looking to rotate the strike, very positive in his approach. He wants to make sure that the Chog Avengers are off to a flyer, and with no apologies, nothing in between. Full-blooded hits. And I tell you, with a lanky fellow, strong, athletic, hard hitter in Gerald Olipan, hard hitting Owili Robert, it's all to see today. Speaking of all to see, it's a miscued one. And it is swallowed completely by Kenneth Waiswa.
A man who is in a form, topping the bowling charts. You've just lost 2 quick wickets. You can't be really batting like that. A team with the most wickets earlier on in the game, you cannot afford to be batting like this. And I can feel Chog Avengers are not really reacting to the situation. Very well bowled, pace off, or better going across the line, eyes not on the ball, not cleared left leg there, and simply donating that breakthrough to the Victoria strikers. There you go, look at that really wild swing, no eyes on the ball, and all the way catch there to Kenneth Weiser, who just put his it in the basket.
It is always going to be a seesaw affair between ball and bat, because when Paya Soloka walks on to the middle, he is always challenging for the best owners of the day. Already bagged one now. It's just 0.4 overs, 3 runs to his name. And Cyrus Kakuru will be the batter replacing Owili Robert. They are coming in thick and fast, the wickets of the Chog Avengers. It's a swing and a miss. Trying to go hard from the very start. Maybe not the best advice. It's an ill-advised approach. Because as a new batter, you always want to make sure you have bat on ball and look to rotate the strike and first find your range before you can start hitting in that range. It's pace off again. Pius thought and felt it was a chance of a catch, but Jaffo Chaya demonstrating that it was way out of his reach. It will be a boundary. Chog Avengers will take them anywhere they come.
Fantastic batting from Kakuru, shuffling outside of stump to make him sure he gets much closer to the ball and just cutting that through for 4 runs. Brilliant batting.
Bringing up the end to the over. 69 for 3 Chog Avengers in the 7th over. Kenneth Weiss will return from the shell end. He picked up a wicket in his first over. And he will look to pick up another. Not that they are that easy to get, because recognize both bowlers in Pius Soloka, Kenneth Weiss in the middle. They've already gone for 7 in each of their first overs. And first over is a single by Gerald Olipa to allow that rotational strike between himself, Gerald, and Cyrus Kakuru.
I'm really goosebumped by the bowling change-ups for Kenneth Weiss. The kind of control he has really decided to pair up with Pius at this very critical moment. But on the other hand, pretty disappointed with Robert O'Willy, a man who managed to hit 575 runs in 11 innings, 3 centuries, 3 50s, with a strike rate of 179 in the Savula tournament. You can't be really batting like that in this kind of situation.
Yeah, it's the same ball and bat game. Only slightly higher levels for this Great Lakes Men's T20 Cup. The challengers are bigger. They are more experienced. And wily too. So you need to navigate each and every inning on its own merit.
Man who's just from the screen there, Simon says he needs to come to the party. He just can't afford not being on the party if Victoria Strikers are to bounce back.
Another swing and a miss. Cyrus Kakuru trying to dab down. Kenneth Weiss was bowling to third man region, but missing the ball altogether. He would know better as a wicketkeeper that any slight connection would easily gift a catch over to an opposite number in Arjuna Robert. This time the swing and a miss is in a format and a posture of a pull shot, but the result is the same. Another dot ball, missing the ball entirely. It looked like a slower bouncer, but altogether effective from Kenneth Waiswa.
Those are exactly the testing lines that at this point you just dry up those scoring options and suggest to a batter, can you play this time round?
It's well driven now for a single. That will take them Chog Avengers, because that will bring up the close to the 8th over. Chog Avengers at 71 for 3. After such an immaculate performance from Kenneth Waiswa, partnering up with Payasoloka, who obliges to come through, all oozing with confidence, promising to offer the same favor. Cyrus Kakuru feels he's had enough, seen more, and would like to now start going, hitting that ball. But it's a single because there is cover at deep point. The fielders at the boundary right now, deep point, deep square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off. And speaking of long off, that is sent sailing right over the head of the captain in Kenneth Waiswa. It's a maximum.
Yeah, that's true batsmanship there and true intent of a true batter. You don't want to back down regardless of the situation. Just right pitched in front into the channel. Olipa Jara just playing onto the bounce of the ball with a new ball and letting it rest.
Goes again. This time it's a miss hit, doesn't get a lot of it because it's pace off from Pius Soloka, recognizing that Gerard Olipa is in the aggressive mode in your image there. Young Anasbai got his 62 of 30 some odd balls. Unfortunately, it was on a losing cause today as the Bunyonyi Warriors failed to assail the total setup. And it is a boundary all the way from Cyrus Kakuru off Pius Soloka. The maximum and the boundary in the same over means that suddenly it is pressure on Pius.
This time round, Pius swaying away from his proper line and length and granting that much needed width, making it pretty easy for Cyrus Kakuru to just cut through that for 4 runs.
Some senior citizens and that leadership of Cricket Uganda having late afternoon snack. That was Copper Chimney, but back to the business in the middle. Cyrus Kakuru after the boundary picks up a single to allow Gerard Olipa return on strike. But just thinking about that particular setup of gentlemen and lady hopping, they are also worried that Gerard Olipa is batting some sixes may be sent their way. It's another single picked up by Gerard Olipa. That will bring up the end of the 9th over. Chog Avengers at 85 for 3. Wonderful sights there. Lugogo Cricket Stadium, Lugogo Indoor Stadium, that is the hockey ground. And back to the cricket oval. All wonderful sights in the beautiful city of Kampala in the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. And there is a particular Ugandan called Gerard Olipa. He's now having to face up to Christopher Kidega, another mate of his. They've been together at the under-19 level. But now they're in the seniors contention. He will be facing him. Olipa sailing on, soaring on, 33 of 13 already. And fast off immediately. It is a maximum. What a hit from the young man. That seemed to have been high up on him. But because of his height and tall, lanky fellow.
Once again, Gerard Olipa continuing to pounce. Balls on the rise, just trusting onto his quick arms and alignment, sending it all the way. I think there's something the Victoria striker that should just pick up from this. Such a person who's just playing just on the up. I think something more outside off stump and just keeping it swinging away and possibly just get that leading edge.
Well, this time it is Christopher Kidega coming a little closer to off stump, just outside off stump, as you mentioned, indeed, Yasin. But this time he loses his shape, falls out of balance, and the net result is it's a swing and a miss. Clearly, he wants to impose himself and dominate all the bowlers, especially those he feels have been within his ranks at the under-19 stage. Quick single taken, direct hit, always a big proposition of a run out. But the umpire Simon Chintu saying he was well within his ground. That was very quick, athletic running from Cyrus Kakuru.
Just look at that brilliant piece of fielding there. Just wonder what sort of treat he would give this young man just in case that was a run out.
Swing for the Evans. Gets enough on it. It is a couple of runs for Cyrus Kakuru, who will be glad that at least Matches, he didn't get most of that ball. It was always headed towards the square leg region, and so giving him that vacant area. The vacant area has now been replaced with Simon Sesazi being asked to take to the boundary a deep square leg while third man comes in. So the boundary options now will be deep square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off, and extra cover. Touches that just a little immaculately, just a slight touch. Rolling into that pull shot. No chance for Ahu Ramos to fill that off.
This time around, angling it in, short bouncer there. Cyrus Kakuru earlier on shuffling, premeditating for that and shuffling across on the off stump and just more playing onto the in swinging swing and sending all the way to the bound. Easy work for Cyrus Kakuru.
Pace off from Christopher Kidega. The ball is final ball of the over, but it's a comfortable single taken by Cyrus Kakuru to maintain the strike, rotating it with Gerald Olipa. At the end of the 10th over, it is 99 for 3 Chog Avengers.
Ready.
Great partnership here building up between Olipa, Gerald, and Cyrus Kakuru. Indeed, looking to get to the trip of 3 figures. The Chog Avengers, halfway stage, job halfway done, healthy run rate, and Tionesti. Awaziremye is the bowler to come in. Hakiziremye is the bowler, all the way from Kigali, Rwanda. Fast off is pulled all the way through mid-wicket. Of course, we saw yesterday Tionesti Hakiziremye over Kigali, Rwanda coming through and picking up the wicket of Simon Okecho, who was going hard and big, hitting sixes, trapping MLBW. Will he try and do the same for Gerald Olipa, who has taken a liking to any kind of bowling today?
Mike, we've looked at everything, but something we've kept our eyes off is the score for Gerald Olipa, standing at 40 of 16 balls.
Oh yes, indeed. At some point he was just at 33 of 13, now 40 of 17, and called at 46 of 18. Such is the imposing nature of Gerald Olipa. Of course, the triple figures that come up in the previous runs.
What much to say there. It's just the quick arms and the intent that keeps that ball sailing all the way for 6 runs. Bring it 4 runs short of the half century for Gerald Olipa.
Following it up with a single. Imposing batting from Gerald Olipa. And Hakuziremye Tionesti will know very well the kind of batters is bowling to beautiful scenes of Kampala. It's another single taken up. Cyrus Kakuru offering the perfect partnership to Gerald Olipa, and the two making it up for the Choga Avengers to become such an imposing force today as a batting unit. Well driven again by Gerard. But there is cover with Kenneth Weiss at the boundary. It means that the end of the 11th over will arrive with Choga Avengers at 109 runs for 3.
Simon! Vamos.
It will now be another change of bowling. It will be Jafar Ochaya,
Omanyi ky'okola.
homegrown right here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval.
Tomukkiriza
He's
eri.
been known to challenge many a batter, but that young man, Gerard Olipa, knows all too well about him and will not shy away, taking him on just like he's done for the rest of the bowlers.
Jonah.
Mishit inside edge
Vamos.
for Gerard Olipa, but they're able to complete 2 healthy runs. And most importantly, he makes it to half century, Gerard Olipa.
It's a brilliant innings for Gerard Olipa when you look at how three key batters are out back in the dressing room. Very important him to take the moment. So far, he hadn't come to the part in the tournament. He's actually up there for the wrong reasons, which is bowling, standing currently number.
It's a boundary again from Gerard Olipa. He's in the mood. He's looking to go hard. He's not going to take any prisoners, not even with his friends.
Oh my goodness, any day, you bowl it to a spinner outside of stump. There he is, even he demonstrates himself outside of stump, sort of back of the length. You're giving Gerard Olipa all the arc to use his arms, and that's 4 runs.
You're mentioning about him being in the charts as a bowler, yet he's meant also to be there as a batter.
So this is the right time to just bring that on display.
Chance of a run out maybe, but that was definitely drifting down the leg. Half-hearted appeal for LBW, and that's why it's a leg before. It's a leg by indicated by senior umpire Mr. Patrick Musoke Makumbi.
I think something that the Victoria strikers are not taking note of in the way Gerard Olipa is batting, that balls that have always come very closer to him, he has almost chopped onto his wicket. Balls that just drifted away, almost missing it out. So I think, and you look at the boundaries he has scored, he has only hit balls on the rise. So I think this is something they should try to exploit.
Very well said indeed. In the meantime, Jafar Chaya, being the cool customer that he is, keeping it quiet, calm and confident, dotting a few until Cyrus Kakuru insists that Alisi will rotate the strike with the final ball of the 12th over. It is 117 for 3 Choga Avengers. They choose to run to Cyrus Kakuru, not taking any particular consideration even for Hakuziriamye. The honesty, the bowler that is coming on from the Ginger Road end. Cheeky, but effective, just goes down on one knee and is able to pick up another single. Most importantly, keeping the rotation of strike. And that's indeed adjudged to be off his pads as a leg by. But getting Olipa Gerald on strike means that it's another chance for the big hitter to do his thing. It is a miscued, but it is such an athletic effort from young Amos Ahura, who dives in. At some point it was fearsome because Jaffocha was also diving the opposite direction. Thankfully they miss each other, their heads don't collide. And it is Gerald Olipa dismissed.
Exactly what we just talked about a couple of balls over. The difference is the length. Just there you are, pretty full onto almost close to the feet of Gerald Olipa. Miscued that one and straight, very sporting cut there from Ahura. I wish they had just kept up that length all along. Trust me, Gerald Olipa could have, you just look at that, Pretty close, almost to the full length there. And he miscues it. And actually, when you look at Cyrus Kakuru too, he's struggling with balls that are pretty close around his feet. So if the Victoria strikers could just easily pick it out that there is some medical attention needed to be offered to Cyrus Kakura. The blazing sun. Some sort of medical attention. There you go, the parking yard that serves both the cricket ground, and just behind the parking yard you see the hockey court. Some of the wickets there, you can see how the Choga Avengers batters have only opted to going across the line. There you go, Koran Lubwama. There you go once again, and this time to just trying to force off those shots. So they must consider. Now we look at, there you go. That very aggressive shot straight into the crease. You can see how they have continuously forced those boundary shots. And that was the dismiss of Dutaya there, losing his shape. And this is now you can look at how Gerard Olip has been hitting his boundary, hitting that ball on the rise. So anything that has pitched closer to being has been a problem. You can look at that. All the boundaries hitting on the rise, and that's how he has comfortably batted today. So that was just looking at that previous his dismissal. It was a ball well pitched close to him, full outside, and he was miscued. So the water running in because of the blazing sign that is happening here at the iconic Lugogo Oval. The breakthrough for the Victoria Strikers right now, 4 wickets with a score under 30 runs in 12.3 overs. You want to celebrate about that. But once again, the biggest prayers for the Victoria Strikers, Simoni has to come to the occasion. And that is the biggest problem of being a superstar, because you on the display, you are always on the conversations.
Well, superstar indeed. As my co-commentator Yassine is saying, I guess Simon should just enjoy the flowers that you give him whenever he's in the performance zone, because clearly you want to see him perform, and that is a very good thing. Of course, we all wish him well, and we all want him to be the man that comes to the fore, even for his side. Yesterday, though, they were able to cross the line despite his abysmal performance. And today will just maybe be that day.
The youngster going there just into the channel. But the skipper, Juma Miyaji, just deciding to go a little more cautious with his key batters back into the dugout. He just did it in that mouth-watering encounter with the Imburo Blasters, where they pulled off a haste in the super over. But with almost 7 overs to go, you don't want to take those drastic, risky shots, but just to sort of trend your show pretty much cautiously. But that brings down the 13th over 121 for 4.
Next them. Vamos. Catono. Eric, Catono.
There you go once again. Juma Miyaji going way across the line, almost that ball snapping into his pads.
Chance of a run out. Safe was Cyrus Kakuru. As he will continue to look to rotate the strike. They may be at 121. And clearly that was about the number of runs that Kenneth Weiser thought was within range, between 120 and 130. And now they have an opportunity as Choga Avengers to go all the way into that region of 160, 170 runs. But that will take some batting. Juma Miyaji, Cyrus Kakuru will need to bat deep, to dig in deep and go about their business as proper batters. There, indeed, Juma Miyaji picking up a single with that big heave towards mid-wicket. And that is exactly how they will have to go about their business. They have to get anywhere close to that 170 mark.
My biggest worry is the approach all to the Choga Avengers batters. They are really going for the across the line. Juma Miyaji just survived the ball snapping into his pads, shot a couple of balls back. We are seeing Cyrus Kakura continuing going across. We saw Kodra Lubama, we saw Owili Robert. So that's where my biggest concern is.
Chance of almost getting him ball, but it will be just a quick turnaround. Because it's the end of the over, 125 for 4 Choga Avengers after 14 overs. Hakuziaramie Tionste will continue into his third over. He's gotten a lot of invaluable experience into his game, playing in this particular Great Lakes Men's T20 Cup, bowling to renowned batters, the likes of Gerard Olipa. Among others, today is bowling to Captain Juma Miyaji of the Choga Avengers. It is a tough task, but he has to do the job. Very good turn and bounce, keeping Juma Miyaji almost guessing the chance of picking up a wicket anyways. Cyrus Kakuru will have to quickly stroll down and pass on some few words of encouragement.
Nice, this is pretty nice. But Juma Miaj, why are you only looking at the onside? Yet he has the skill. Can you just allow your mind to be flexible and simply react to what has been given to you? But we're seeing consistently they are sticking on the outside and the dots keep running in.
Very well said, Yasin. I'm sure he might just hear you. He might be having a fly on the wall here in the comms box. But I'm sure he's also thinking about it, because when you're setting a score, you want to always keep up the momentum and not let any single period of play to damp down your scoring frequencies, and that is exactly what has been happening with this last couple of overs. Few words of guidance there from umpire Simon Chintu to Akiziriamye Tionste, and that is hit. Big heave from Cyrus Kakuru all the way through the midweek cow corner region. Couple of runs. Certainly Chiza Jonathan, one of the amazingly gifted fielders with a strong arm. They will hand in from any distance like a bullet arm. Again, this time straighter to Chiza Jonathan. Would just be the single. And closing off the 15th over, Choga Avengers at 130 for 4. Kenneth Weiss recognizing the precarious state and time period of play, coming on to bowl himself, because he knows he has to try and find inroads into this partnership. Easily a partnership that can take away the game from very wily kind of bowling, slower bounce of sorts, but so emphatic that he ends up rolling it off to an emphatic wide, exaggerated wide. But the thought was right, knowing that Cyrus Kakuru wants to inject and infuse some bit of pace into his bowling. He gets pace off completely.
Yeah, you would expect Kenneth is not going to get that ball anywhere close to them.
Still pace off, back of the hand deliveries, making sure that there is nothing for the batters to work with.
If he just goes back to that previous line and length he bowled earlier on to this to trouble the likes of Owil and then definitely getting Conrad Lubama, we could see if the two batters don't alternate the approach, falling off any time from now.
That same pace to Juma Miyaji, but ably saved at the boundary. Comfortably done by Perry Wazombe.
You can see that it was shorter and then continue forcing it alongside the onside, but a very brilliant piece of fielding from Perry Wazombe down there, quick dive in there to just cut out 4 runs.
Well, this time it's a maximum. All the way for 6 from Juma Miyaji. He is a tennis player.
This was really nicely executed. Brilliant piece of fielding there from Paya Soloka. But just to look at that, just in case Pius Olok hadn't had those quick feet into the field and just sort of waited on a little bit, possibly could have pulled off a stunner. There you go. Wide shuffling on the off and then smacking that one. Pius Oloka just biting.
Misjudging the quick flight of that ball from Pius Oloka meant that he overran that ball. And Juma Miyaji, slower bouncer into the ground from Kenneth Waiswa, follows it up with another boundary.
Once again, that's not the right line to hit that outswinging bouncer, giving Juma Miyaji all the time and the width to just mark that through covers. But if he can go back, just stick to that same length, but deviate onto the previous line that he was bowling previously in the first spell, you could see the two batters maybe breaking, having a breakthrough.
Already 15 runs from Kenneth Waiswa's over. That's how tough this game can get, because Kenneth Waiswa coming in at a time when he knows that he has to dictate terms and try to limit the scoring options for the Chog Avengers. Instead, they've taken advantage of his pace, whether on or off, to amass already 15 runs, even with the ball to spare. So call that 19 runs. Cyrus Kakuru emphatic drive through, wider of long off.
Brilliant thinking there. Just a couple of strides and just opening up a little onto the on and giving himself that nice reach into the bounce of the ball and piercing it all the way. That's the kind of batting you want to see from a batter like Cyrus Kakuru. Exceptional batting there.
What a way to close off the over by Cyrus Kakuru and Juma Miyaji, amassing a whole 19. Bringing up the total for Chog Avengers, 149 for 4 after 16 overs. Hakuzuriami Theonesti will continue in his final over. And this time is punished first ball of the over. No need for the fielders to return that ball because it hits the screen.
Pitched up, full, and guess what? Juma Miyaji lunges back and just throws the quick arms and powerful arms into that one, all the way for 6 runs straight into the screen.
And back to the bowler. No need for anyone else to intervene. Just the two of them, ball and bat. Another big heave. But this time Kenneth Waiswa is available to cut off the boundary. Already 7 runs off the first 2 balls of the over. Suddenly what was looking like 170 odd is now closer even to 185.
Yes.
Cyrus Kakuru following up as well with a single. Kenneth Waiswa in the high traffic area. And credit to Theoneste Akzuriami because he's bowling according to his captain's instructions. It's a chance of a catch, and guess what? It is Christopher Kidega. Very critical catch for Theoneste Akzuriami at such a stage when Juma Miyaji and Chog Avengers were looking like $1 billion.
There you go once again. One of those balls you wouldn't expect to really bring about the demise of Juma Miyaji. Short ball, standing back into him and simply opens up pretty quickly. And guess what? It's a miscued one and easy one for Christopher Kidega. I want to tell you, Mike, that almost a majority of the 5 wickets between Juma Miyaji, Kodran Lubamo, Will Robert, they're almost identical. And actually, I feel Jordan too, they're pretty much identical, forcing that shot onto the onside. But this time around, Juma Miyaji was rushed into the shot, didn't have enough alignment into the ball, and he has to be walking back.
And walking in will have to be a new batter. And that new batter will have to join Cyrus Kokuru. It can't. One trying all the way. 2 dot balls. And that will bring up the end of the 17th over. 157 for 5. And with the close of the 17th, Kenneth Weiser says, I still have to do the job for my mates. Yes, he might have gone for 19 in 1 over, but he wants to close off his final over. Kenneth Weiser, Shelen.
Come on, Eric!
Mukisa, you can be doing this at this point of time. But a brilliant premeditated move there from Cyrus Kakuru, who was now applying a more open-chested stance, and is now targeting that Kenneth also is more putting that ball away and just getting enough onto that.
It's a single taken up by Cyrus Kakuru. After the boundary, he finds a single, knowing too well that Munir Ismail is also a batter in his own rights. Already played for the Cricket Cranes, was under 19 a number of years ago, almost a decade ago. So he's a young man that is confident, can do the job.
Theo, don't come in, stay. Don't come in, stay.
Confirmed as a no ball. It will be a free hit from Kenneth Weiser.
What's a change in fortune?
Free hit, not given the proper treatment by Cyrus Kakuru. Just a single picked up. Remember, this is that time and period of play where the batters are looking to amass as many runs. So at 165 for 5 after 17.3, Munir Ismail, swing and a miss. Because he wants also to go big, go downtown, and try to amass as many more runs for the Chog Avengers.
Very well bowled. Well done, Kenneth. You should come for a handshake after this. That was really brilliant piece of bowling.
Pace off again from Kenneth Waiswa, knowing exactly what is expected of him, but also anticipating what Munir Ismail would be looking to do. And more importantly is that he doesn't let that ball come into the arc of Munir Ismail as he drops it almost closer to that wide guiding line. Another pace off.
Yes, get it,
The
Jacob.
final delivery of the over. It is the end of the 18th over. Chog Avengers 166 runs for 5. 18 gone. It will be Pius Soloka coming in his third over. The penultimate over, many times argued to be the most important over of an inning, both for the batters and for the bowling side, especially for the bowling side. And Munir Ismail immediately picking up a single. And Kenneth Weiser is the man on overtime duty. After bowling, he has to always go for long off duties, covering as well as the extra cover region. It's all full-time moments here.
I don't know whether I should call it the goodness or the badness of being super talented, a superstar.
Straight hit from Cyrus Kakuru. I tell you, he's already on 45 of 32 balls. Cyrus Kakuru, he's the man to watch.
Yeah, that's Indy Show on the off step, and then secondly, getting into the middle line, just a couple of shuffle and just going through that, getting that nice reach of the ball. And what else do you say? That's the safest part, straight into the screen.
Effectively done by Pasoloka. Very efficient in his variation ratio to the stock ball delivery. He knows whenever to cut off the scoring options by bowling that pace-up ball and variations all through. Cyrus Kakuru definitely looking for his half century. And he will get closer and closer ever to the half century. Pace off, pace on, it doesn't matter, because Cyrus Kakuru will get the boundaries. Little smile there on his face.
Very, very lucky to get away with that open chest stance, swinging across the line, but the pace off almost made Kakuru miss out on the half century, but nevertheless it's 4 runs and just 1 run short of his half century.
And Cyrus Kakuru will pick up half century, 50 runs to his name. More and very much appreciated by his dugout and the rest of the stadium, because that brings up already 176 for 5 in 18.5 overs.
Yeah, it's a much breathtaking half centuries. You have to just keep reminded there's a big battle for that opening slot at the Cricket Cranes, ex-starting XI, Cyrus Kakuru, Fred Achelam, and then now Charles Msemeza.
Munir Ismail borrowing some bit of notes from Cyrus Kakuru to get that ball just past wicketkeeper Arjuna Robert. Bring up the end to the penultimate of picturesque scenes of Lugogo general area, the cricket oval, just in the background there. Hockey ground, some players enjoying their hockey. And Jonathan Kiza will be the bowler entrusted with the responsibility of bowling the final over of the innings.
Mike, you've been around the hockey ground for a very long time. Okay, you've been neighbors with the hockey grounds for some time. I don't know how much you understand the game. As for me, I only know India and Pakistan play hockey. The rest, I really don't know anything about. How much do you know about the hockey itself?
Hockey is a very interesting game. You should actually take interest. Very similar to cricket. You get to learn how to play the ground shots, especially the way they score the goals. We'll be getting back to hockey, but wait for Jonathan Kiza here. Fast off, pace off, and just manages to give away needless couple of runs because of the backing up, not effective. But back to the hockey, yes, it's very similar a bit to football, except that this time you're using a hockey stick, and it's a very exciting game. Players get to run, get to shoot, get to move into positions, a lot of creative play. It's an amazing sport for sure. I've not played it, but I've enjoyed watching it. Well, Jonathan Kiza giving away those slower balls and almost allowing Ores for the overthrow from the keeper. A bit of exchanges there, trying to clarify the communication channels. And the net result is just a single run picked up by Chog Avengers, bringing up the 180 mark. A run. Chog Avengers, 19.2 overs. Double step and just manages to hold out to none other than once again Cyrus Kakuru finding Pius Soloka for that dismissal.
Yeah, I'm very much fault 50 for Cyrus Kakuru, but very unlucky not to add on anything onto that 50. But once again, to that chronicle issue we've seen with the Choga Avengers batters forcing situation on the onside, yet you could have options on the off. That we've seen actually they've scored some brilliant shots on the offside for the boundary. But just going back to that exchange between Arjuna and Kiza, is ideally when you learn in cricket as a bowler, after bowling, Arjuna is actually doing the right thing of trying to stamp out, to hit, to run out these batters. So as a bowler, in such a moment, you have to make sure you're right behind the stumps, with Kiza is not doing.
Dan Keithamani will be the batter to face the last three balls. And I tell you, swings up, fast off, it's a single through mid-wicket region, all the way to the boundary. And allowing Munir Ismail, who is already faced 10 balls, only the 4 paltry runs to show for it. He will feel that he's long overdue for a boundary. It's a swing and a miss. Munir Ismail. Final couple of deliveries. It's a swing and a miss, and now there's just one delivery left in the innings. The psychological 180 already arrived at. And it's again another swing and a miss to close off the innings. Not the best picture Munir would have expected with 4 off 12.
Yeah, I want to give a huge recognition to both sides. They've had this, just as you put it, a seesaw sort of situation. We saw times where Victoria strikers were seeming like they were the ones offering the punches. But there you are. The match summary for the first innings, Choga Avengers putting up 182 from 20 overs. Gerard Olipa with that quick fire 54 off 24 balls. Kakuru Cyrus not adding on to that 50 runs with which just got off 36 balls. Conrad 29 off 16 balls. And then Theonesti 2 wickets off 4 overs. Kiza with 2 wickets also off 4 overs. And then Paya Soloka with that 1 wicket in 3 overs, bringing down the end of the first innings. And we shall be getting back shortly. It's finally the final showdown of the second game or day on match number 5 for the Great Lakes Men's T20 Tournament 2026 is already underway. The umpires are walking back. The ground is set for one of the teams for one of the teams to clinch their victory. Choga Avengers definitely will be looking to stretch their lead, their unbeaten record so far in the tournament. The two smartly dressed umpires, Patrick Musoke Makumbi, the current Cricket Uganda umpires manager, alongside Simon Kintu, who's also doing a very commendable job in the Mukono region, alongside the Mukono cricket community. There you got the hand claps from the smartly dressed Choga Avengers in the leadership of Juma Miyaji, who pulled off that haste against the Mburo Blasters in the Super Over. And so far, the only Super Over of the tournament. The two batters back there into for the Victoria Strikers walk into the wicket to get things started. Kenneth Waiswa will be hoping Simon Cesars just gets to the party. This is the time he needs him. And this is the time Simon Cesars should be carrying his side all the way. Those are the beautiful scenic images around the Lugogo cricket over. Juma Miyaji will be opening the proceedings. This time round, despite the form of Peru Azombe, Kenneth Waiswa, the Victoria Strikers camp, not opting to open with him, yet he has had a very fabulous outing in this tournament. Willie Robert today wasn't given the much needed time he would need on the pitch. So he most definitely needs to offer into the field. A very good evening, Mike. We've had a fabulous 2 games. Now we're in for the last inning and the last game of the day.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome back. It's indeed a hot, wonderful, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, streaming in live. Right from here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval, Kampala, the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Everything is happening. It is match day number 5, match number 10. And we are definitely looking to see, will the Choga Avengers remain unbeaten? Or will the Victoria Strikers strike again? Have a second win in as many days?
It's Juma Agnes, Simon Sesazi. Juma Miyaji with a demo there. And Simon Sesazi reacts with Wachawewe I'll be taking you through the screen. Lutan there. Lutaya comfortably standing in slips. Almost closing into the 30-yard ring. Oh, that's tucked off the hips. That should be getting to the boundary. Valan. But the outfield coming into rescue for the Choga Avengers. Otherwise, Valani could have been in the headlines for the wrong reasons. Juma Miyaji trying to chase the body line and nowhere close to his control. And there's a touch dip in his pace. If you look at the kind of pace we've been seeing in the couple of days, I'm seeing that pace a couple of steps down and out of control. It's 3 off 0.1. Good comeback, but once again, the pace is not the pace we saw in the first days from Juma Miyaji.
Well, definitely 5 days in a row will take a toll on anybody. And that could explain why suddenly he's not giving you your full express Juma Miyaji treatment that we all so used to, accustomed to. He will definitely have to find his mojo in the process. Speaking of mojo, look at that.
Brilliant comeback there from Juma Miyaji. Quite a towering guy there. Had a brilliant outing there in the ALT in Dubai. Getting to some of the top facilities and top coaches. Has a very, very long journey to do some beautiful work for Cricket Uganda. Onto the pads. The leg stump to Simon Sexazi, just missing it out by a couple of inches. 3 matches in the afternoon, and we have so far teams batting second, going on to win. It's a back foot punch straight to Lutaya, who's in covers. This time round, Simon Sesazi also, just like we saw Robin Sobuya earlier on in the day, going about his business pretty cautiously. It's exactly what Simon Sesazi is doing. You would want to say he has recognized his importance if Victoria Strikers are to secure their second win of the tournament. Three runs for no loss, and that's the end of the first over. Baidu and Ivan will be taking the new ball from the Kampala Road end. Some very brilliant effort from Juma Miyaji in the very first one, just going for 3 runs. And that's what exactly would be expected from the lanky left-arm quick. Beautiful, beautiful there. Back of the length, swinging away. That's exactly what he would love to start with. Still shell-shocked with the kind of form that Peru Zombi has exposed, especially when he opens the batting. And here is we have Ahura alongside Simon Cesars. Couple of steps out of the crease, making good contact into that, just tacking oil in the covers for 1, 2 batters not looking like they're in a rush. Truly, on the contrary to what we saw earlier on in the first innings, the Choga Avengers were forcing everything, possibly could have gone beyond that 178 mark. But here they are, they have a good total, you would love to say, so they have to make sure they work within that. But it is Simon now on strike against Baidu Ivan, 2 left-arm batter, a left-arm batter against a left-arm quick. So you could expect that to be swinging back into Simon Kisesazi. Good length, tucked away. For the 4 games played in the afternoon, brilliant, exceptional bounce they extracted from the left arm quick. Ahura not having any solution to that one. 4 games played in the afternoon, 3 games, 3 wins, teams batting second. And if you look at how Victoria strikers, the levels of concentration, their applications, what's the chance?
Well, this might be the unfortunate proverbial black sheep, because there again it's skied in the air. Amos Ahura sitting out that, holding out to Obere, Willie Robert, a deep square leg, halfish, half cock. He didn't try to really hit that. Instead, when he picked up on the side, he just guided it to the leg side as opposed to really swinging that bat and hitting it for 6. And that sort of summarizes and sums up the answer that will the Victoria strikers comfortably assail the Toto. I don't seem to see that happening. And speaking of the same thought, it looks like Perry Wazomba actually was in as a 12th man at some point as a fielder. He is not being given an opportunity to play today. And I think in the Great Lakes T20 tournament, we've not yet started using impact subs yet. Those are concepts yet to be incorporated in the approach and in the operations right here by Cricket Uganda first before they can get into operationalization.
I don't see that happening pretty soon, because already it's one rule that is under the scanner by a lot of greats. Good length there. There's a mix-up there. But Kenneth Waiswa safely back into his crease. I'm just imagining what would have been the scenario just in case Kenneth Waiswa was run out. But that closes out the second over. It's 5-1. The greenery there around Kampala. Innocent just loves putting it that a country that can have 4 weather conditions in a single day. But Juma has to continue from the shell end. Once again, Juma Miyaji continuing just to look for the body line. What's the knowledge behind that?
Well, he doesn't want to offer. Everyone knows that Simon Cesars is dangerous. Anything of width outside of stump, he will punish you. And I tell you right here where our comms box is, will be in danger of those flying objects if anything is of width to Simon Cesars. Almost said it too early, but we are safe.
Outside of stump, almost in the 4th stump, full and just swayed through, point for 4 runs. It's very breaking news just to understand the man, the best batter of the side in Peru, Zombe, is not in the XI. So that naturally calls for Simon Cesars to get to the occasion. Another one, much over Simon's liking, but this time around, he just decides to do away with it. The likes of Kidova Christopher will need to be coming to the occasion if they're to pull off their second victory. Another no ball called, but that's stacked off the pads. It would have been interesting images if that no ball had kept Simon Cesars on strike, just to see if Juma Miyaji would continue with that borderline that he has kept on looking for.
Certainly, he has to make some adjustments. He cannot be just one-way express, Juma Miyaji. He has to keep altering and rotating. But he will certainly ask the questions of Simon Cesars. He will not allow him to settle in and be comfortable.
No way, Waiswa, you can't be doing that. You can never play that cricket ball with control without you having that stable structure, Kenneth Waiswa. You can't be doing that.
Pace on. You're talking about Juma Miyaji's pace. That is a classic example of how fast and express he can be.
This time around, same length, but again the line makes the whole difference. And Juma Miyaji has to bowl another extra 4 balls.
Well, it is always going to be tough going at any period of play. But as a strike bowler, there you have in the image, of course, head coach of the Cricket Cranes, Steve Tikolo, flanked by the assistant coach, as well as the coach's brothers, Roger Mukasa, Lawrence Sematimba, having interesting discussions. I'm sure it is all about the game in the middle and how the boys are going about their business.
Juma Miyaji cranking up that pace in relation to what we saw earlier on in the first over. And Kenneth Waiswa seems not to have answers to the questions. Oh my goodness. That was nowhere close to Waiswa's reach. But then that's a wide.
Yeah, a judge wide indeed, because that was going just over his helmet. But also, like you're saying, the concern is how quickly that ball went past his head, his helmet, of course. It's like Kenny had no actual response and was just glad that that ball was flying higher and higher.
Proud sponsor there for you, Dafabet, alongside Cricket Uganda. Come on, Waiswa, you can't just go wide like that. Get composed, and that ball would be racing to the boundary. End of third over, trailer for 1. Victoria strikers are not seeming like they're in any rush to gun down the score. And especially when you look at the overs from Juma Miyagi. Onto the pad, angle towards the pad. Just our wish Simon Sixers gave that more direction away from Luther. That could have easily been a quick 4 runs for him.
Simon Sesazi, cool customer, not yet showed up for this tournament, but we all know what he can bring to the party, what he can bring to the table, and that's what everyone is hoping, that may just today be the day. And Kenneth Waiswa, it's a double step. He just manages pick up a couple of runs. It looked like an exciting boundary. I guess that's where the excitement came in for me.
Yeah, I think Water is looking at the bat, but ideally, possibly, it was the change in the wrists that didn't offer him that much control over that shot. But Kaiswa has to be, if he's to pull off this win, he needs to bat himself out, just compose himself and not force out situations. But Baidu continues. Another wild swing at an outside full pitched ball from Baidu, who's continuing with a good run this afternoon. 5 runs, 1 wicket in 1.3 overs. What better else would you demand from Baidu coming from the Kampala road end? That's up in the air this time round. Juma Miyagi running under it. Should be easily taken. That's so. On the second turn, Baidu celebrates. He has picked up the second of the day. Beautiful figures to look at. Juma Miyagi almost shouldered down, but had to grab it on the second. And Kenneth Waiswa has to be marching back.
Yeah, a bit of some volleyball there, but safely for Juma Miyagi, because that was not reached at all. Kenny Waiswa thinking he's sending it to Ginger Road. Didn't reach it, bottom part of the bat. Sent it for miles into the air. It took forever to return. And Juma Miyagi, just a little bumble, but completes it with one right hand, the right way, making sure of the dismissal. Kenny Waiswa has to depart to his dugout.
Kenneth, what have you just done to the Victoria Strikers camp? You such a golden wicket. The Victoria Strikers would have needed you very, very much to stick onto that wicket. But that's the beauty of having playing team games, because in comes Christopher Kidega, a danger man, alongside Simon Sesazi, one of the key T20 batters for Cricket Uganda in Victoria, in Cricket Cranes colours.
Christopher Kidega definitely can hold his bat. He can rise to the occasion. But all possibility and potential has to be transferred into action.
Oh, that's a nice one. Yeah, there you go. Baidu Ivan this time round. He has the smile. He has the courage. There you look at that beautiful smile. He has the courage to go and bounce him. We saw him a couple of days. He was shying away. He was shying away from the short one. But this time round, with figures of 5-14, 1.5, he has got the courage. And sometimes I feel this is what you need. A couple of wickets as a bowler, a couple of a boundary as a batter, and just get into that rhythm.
Well executed bouncer.
Great, nice over there from Baivan. You can see even he has the smile, he has the time to jog to close out the fourth over, 16-2. Current situation 16-2 after 4. Simon Sexta is on the wickets alongside Christopher Kidega. Choga Avengers at this point of time, they were standing at 32-1. Means the Victoria Strikers are almost 17 runs short of what the position looked like for Choga Avengers.
Yeah, you did mention about the afternoon games, the team batting second, seemingly having a psychological advantage. In the past, they used to talk of scoreboard pressure being to the disadvantage of the team batting second. Here in the Lugogo cricket over, it seemed to have been the reverse, as a team batting second gets to chase down the score. At the moment, it's not looking so for the Victoria Strikers. And the reason for that is because they're going at 4 runs and over, chasing down to a score that was most of the time in the range of 10 runs per over, and periodically it would return to 9 runs until finally it ended up at 180. So simply put, Victoria Strikers need to more than double up their efforts if they are to come anywhere close to chasing down the total score.
Slap through point. The man in the attack is the man who has been forever or long way away from the game, but he's gotten back. And like I'm telling you, he's back with a bang. Currently standing as number 5 in the bowling standings with 6 wickets out of 4 innings, with 14 overs bowled, operating at a very healthy economy of 8.5. Swayed with his length there wide. I mean, he's operating current at 9.5. You wouldn't really expect such figures for someone who has been away from the game, coming into this elite high performance sort of tournament and just operating at 9.5. That's Richard Agamire.
Well, the old adage, form is temporal, class is permanent. Such is the class and caliber of the man. We're talking about being able to come back and just bowl in good areas. Well, not that particular area because that's down the leg, but we're talking about his ability to swing the new ball and use the seam to ask the questions of the batters concerning their technique and their approach. That is the reason why he's been able to pick up wickets up front and keep the opposition from scoring freely.
Beautiful swing extracted there from Richard Agami. If he could just put it in the right line and length. Beautiful, beautiful into the channel and palmated by Christopher Kidega to the cameraman there. That was really, really powerfully shot.
We just hope that our camera producer, is safe and sound, because that was sent to him, deposited just for safekeeping. Landed well on his platform. And the obliger sends it back. Good on you, sir. Not on Richard Agamire, he would definitely lost that kind of experience, the way that was deposited on top of the screen.
Beautiful, beautiful crash all the way, should rest to the boundary. Nice one, another back-to-back force for Christopher Kidega, who now is saying, I am the man to lead Victoria Strikers to the second victory of the tournament. Big fist there.
Interesting indeed, boundary option. And Christopher Kidega quickly recognizing that he has an opportunity to rise to the occasion and not only make an impact, but actually win the game if he continues batting that way. But remember, we said it has to be more than redoubling of the efforts.
Straight back. Is our umpire really safe? That was pretty struck very hard.
That was always following Mr. Makumbi, but he's showing very good balancing skills, being able to stay on one leg even with that pain, because that was firmly struck by young Christopher Kidega. Some of those freak accidents in the game, you just hope that his ankle will be all right, because that ball was traveling quite a bit.
Very interesting to just go to my notice that MVP of the high concluded high performance tournament, the man who managed to get to bowl 27 overs at a cost of 72 runs, 8 wickets, best bowling figures of 16 for 3, operating at an economy of 2.64 with one man of the match. Richard Sohera is not part of this.
Well, Richard Sohera has been within the setup in the high performance indeed. He was being considered, I think, in the emerging camp and with the under-19 setup. But again, their coach is already in this place, and that is Jonathan Sebanja. So you wonder, really, it's a good question. And that is a bit of the highlights there. Simon Sesazi, Amos Ahura just manages to sky, and that holds up to Willie Robert. Kenneth Weiswer coming in. Chance of a run out. And again, that is skied all the way. It's a boundary just over the infield, resulting in a boundary. And finally, that is unfortunately how the demise of Kenneth Weiswer happened, hitting that right into the air. And that was deposited all the way to the screen by Yankee Dega. Follow up with a boundary through palm on that ball, and the unfortunate hit came off Richard Agamire, and ricochet unfortunately found Mr. Musoke Bakumbi Patrick. And the situation is we'll have to have a replacement umpire standing in.
Yeah, the summer continued to stall there as that pretty hard struck shot there deflected onto the ankle of Patrick Matumbi, who by the look of proceedings won't be returned, won't be taking field. And that calls for a replacement. Very, very not the best of times that you would want as a sporting person, because such a high stakes game, one team looking to stretch their unbeaten record, the other looking to getting back to the rhythm of the tournament. Of course, after securing their first win of the tournament just yesterday, you wouldn't want any other reason to term this as a high-stakes fixture. So you would want both very experienced umpires between of Simon Kitu and Patrick Makumbi to just keep going, because when you look at how the game has been moving, everything under control. But that's what sometimes what sport has to present. And there you go, the replacement. He won't be taking the main umpire's role, so he'll be stuck onto the leg umpire's role. And Richard Agamira has to continue his last ball of the over with the score 30-2. T20 World Cup on already. Outside, that is Angodin outside the for Gamira to bring down the end of the 5th over 30-2. Baidu Ivan has been continued to just go through his third over. Meanwhile, a lot of women's cricket happened. The T20 World Cup is on. New Zealand was stunned in their first game, and they're already standing at 11-1. Oh, that is smashed. But not enough direction onto that one. And that's where it makes the big difference. You time the ball well, enough strength onto that one, no direction, and then it all goes straight to the fielder.
Yeah, he needs to be finding the gaps. Christopher Kidega. He can find those gaps. And definitely not through Gerard Olipa.
That's a short length there into the ribs of Christopher Kidega. On any day you would see him pouncing onto that, maybe sending it over or Willie Robert. But we're saying he's already deep in square leg. Christopher Kidega this time all cautiously perusing through the innings to just give themselves the best chance at this upcoming fixture in the T20 World Cup. England women will be taking on Ireland later on, then Canada, Netherlands. There you go. Will you under it? That is snapped up from Willie Robert.
This is probably the explanation why the Victoria strikers will not be able to strike back today. They've kept losing a wicket at every interval, leaving Simon Sesazi stranded without the partner to hold out with him for a longer period of play. He's been there and only faced half the balls, that is 15 of the possible 33 balls. And what is challenging is the fact that 3 wickets are already down. Christopher Kidega guilty of trying to go for glory, for a maximum. And that only sat up again for Willie Robert. A deep square leg. A very important and well executed catch as he seemed to dive in at the last moment. He had almost lost sight of that ball and did allow it to land on the ground. So he was still able to execute the catch in the final moment.
Paolo Soloka, the man who has seemed like he has gotten back his momentum, both ball and bat, just snapped to that brilliant catch. You witnessed his eyes on, right, Mike? But then it was such a brilliant catch. A third one for Baidu Ivan. Good reasons for Juma Miyaji to just make him bowl through. Speaking about the T20 Women's World Cup, the only African side into the World Cup, South Africa, starting off from the back foot, losing out to the record champions, Australia.
Well, they were finalists last time against India. Someone could argue maybe not necessarily the same game situation, but a World Cup is a World Cup.
That's cut through very hard over point. Should be racing for runs there for Paya Soloka to just get off the mark and make Baidu Ivan just have a lot of questions in mind as where to ball next.
Picked up well early enough on the length, got into position back and across. The traditional cut shot, well executed. And he chose to go up and over because the infield is well guarded, backward point and point in place.
Tucked off the ribs there from Simon Sexazi, who's seeming, from Paya Soloka, who's not seeming to once again in the rush, closing out the end of the power play with the squad 34-4-3. There'll be a change in the bowling. Dan Keith gets into the attack from the shell end. If this is the pair that could pull off a haste for Victoria Strikers, this could be the right moment they would want it to happen, because the Victoria Stars are actually languishing on the bottom of the table with just 2 runs, 2 wickets, 2 points, I beg to say. Okay, that's up in there. Yeah, that's squashed off the pads. Juma running right under it, and that's taken in. Just like they were building up something that was phenomenal. Simon Sesazi has to be walking back to the dugout.
Sighted that and imagined it was right there for that taking. Simon Sesazi moved early into position and wanted to open up the leg side, but just managed to sky it, not getting the full blade of the bat to that ball. And indeed, well executed catch, because Juma Miyaji had to cover almost 20 meters running at full throttle to complete the catch. And the woos of the Victoria Strikers will resume.
Water was poised like a two-sided situation. I don't know if it's just early days to call it out, but it's now starting to feel like it's gonna be one-sided affair. But we have Arjuna into the wicket in partnership with Paya Soloka. Is it early days to call it a one-sided situation?
Yes, Arjuna may come in, but remember he's coming in at number 6 position. And there are 2 new batters in the middle. At best, they will need probably a couple of overs just to get going. And that already puts the game closer to the midway period. And if that total is just about 50 odd, 54 maybe, it will definitely become an impossible task to find the 120 or 30 runs in the following 60 balls.
An edge there of Junior to get off the mark. Bring the squad 35 for Victoria Strikers. Just snatched their first victory yesterday, which takes them to 2 points. Fended off towards mid-wicket. There's a call for 2 runs. That stick is swallowed in pretty nicely. Felt like they looked like they're really building some impactful partnership between Simon Cesars and Paya Soloka. They seem the way their concentrations are up there. What really missed out on that shot that Simon Cesars? Was it the right shot in the right moment? What could have gone wrong?
I think part of the explanation is the fact that Simon Cesars had taken quite a number of balls without scoring. About, to be exact, 17 balls with only just some runs on board. It meant that he felt he was not yet in a position to contribute. And lighting up, of course, there is always taking a liking for a particular bowler. So seeing Dan Keithamani, he felt this is the moment. And that is also the shorter side to his advantage, being left-hand batter. It was a moment to try and get a maximum. Yet, yes, ill-advised. It could have been better to first go for a boundary, just hit it for 4 and grow up gradually into the maximums. So either way, it was in a way called for, but the execution was a challenge.
That slap through covers from Arjuna. But not any direction onto that means you simply get a single for yourself. Just move on with that. Mike Ndiko, the FIFA World Cup is happening, coming thick and fast in the North America continent. Shot outside of stump, straight to the man in the deep extra cover, bringing down the end of the 7th over 30-40 for 4. But you're not feeling that much hype around the country when you look at how the previous World Cups it felt. Is it simply because of the difference, the times? Because those are the times that the wee hours in Uganda, it's when actually the matches are being played. Has that had a serious impact?
Well, to be honest, it's a mixed bag. So many things happening at the same time. For example, Uganda has been dealing with several national issues just recently from an election, and then Arsenal does win the the English Premier League Championship, and so many things have been happening at the same time. But looking at it geopolitically, the truth is this particular World Cup has been overshadowed with so many political innuendos, especially about teams being able to access certain countries that are hosting the World Cup. So when you look at all those factors, this is a passion game. It's a passion moment. It's a response of passion and emotions. It's very easy for people to basically get into their mold and think about many other things. Speaking for our own fraternity here, of course, Ugandans will also be thinking about, say, the women's T20 World Cup happening in England and Wales. So much and so many things to preoccupy the world at the same time. And also remember, it's a new format. Many countries, 48 countries in this particular FIFA World Cup finals. So maybe in the later stage, probably by the end of the month, it would have picked up and the excitement will be a little more. And also it goes down to the mainstream media as well as social media. The more people engage into conversations concerning a particular tournament, is the more you will always have that kind of energy and the vibe coming off. It's a combination of many things.
Actually, you speak about the extended league of the FIFA World Cup, and to my surprise, I just got to know the Curacao. I hope I've just pronounced it rightly. That was match 7 goals. It was my first time to really know about it. But back to the cricket, a couple of steps outside. That should be, oh my goodness, just a touch through Keithy's hands. And Paya Soloka just goes about that, earning that crucial needed boundary.
Little shimmy down the track. Full extension of the arms. And it is made a meal of Dan Keith Amani. As a bowler, he would know better. And sort of justifies, well, LeBron, the man is called because of the way he loves LeBron James in the US in the basketball. Ivan Baidu is not amused because he felt he had his man.
Yeah, you would really understand his frustration. He's had a very modest display when it comes to the ball in the tournament. He's having a very great figures this afternoon. 3 wickets in 3.4 overs. Beautiful figures here. And a very big chance to have a 4-4. That would have been a big motivator.
Absolutely. And the contention indeed. You've been contention for player of the match for this particular fixture.
For the Ali Juna also struggling with application, but that brings the end of the 8th over and the end of Baidu's spell with the squad 47 for 4. Yeah, you speak. I could now feel, you can just look at how he's really rubber stamping the ground for that missed out opportunity. You could really feel it from. He has really had a modest display in the tournament. So such would have been a very good comeback for him with 4 days now to go, if I may get that right.
Yeah, cricket is a team game, but many times the individual brilliances filter through. They always find their way to come to this, to simmer to the top, and that's exactly what the moments in a match make for a difference. For example, that catch, that dismissal would not only have ensured that Ivan Baidu gets his 4 wickets for the day, but it would change the whole complexion to this defense of the 181 runs, because it would have meant that already it would be halfway the stage in terms of the wickets. But as the saying goes, that's now more like spilt milk, and you cannot cry over spilt milk. It's gone. You have to just recompose and find your space once again in terms of picking up the wickets.
Yeah, you also forgot about that. It would be now it would be more stronger belief that they'll be maintaining their unbeaten record. They're the only team unbeaten so far.
That too, indeed. But you feel for the guilty party, Dan Keith Amani now. He has to do the bowling himself. And he has to rely on his teammates to field well that overthrow in the previous almost run out chance. And I would feel for him because anywhere putting his hand out would have meant an injury, an end of his bowling spell for the day. It resulted in 2 runs.
Rocking back and just defending that one straight to Dan Keith. Opening up on the on and slapping that through point. There's a call for 2 runs. Yes, that's sunk in. Good running, good manipulation of the body movement from Arjuna, who are seeming like they're sort of trying to cook up something very formidable.
It is the halfway stage, just shot by an over and the ball.
Outside of stump, this time we should cross, but no. Oh, Willie Robert is there, the bounder, the raider, doing all the dirty work just to make sure nothing crosses that rope and bring down the 9th over 54 for 4.
$128 runs needed to win from 66 balls. Never an easy equation, but beautiful sights, picturesque. Lugogo and back into the oval. It is the destination that you would want to be in. With the Victoria strikers at 54 for 4, it means that they're almost halfway, not with the run chase, but in terms of the resources of overs available in which to chase down that score.
Rocked back, just bashing that one through the deep mid wicket there to just get in that single for themselves. 55 for 4 after 9.2. I beg to say 9.5, but Murray into the attack from the shell end. Off the back foot. Pasoloka looking like he's in a rush to go somewhere. But you have another 10.4 overs to play out. Pasoloka. Got that drive through.
Robert Arjuna doing the sensible thing, just keeping it basic and simple and waiting to pounce on any loose ball.
Outside of stump. Munir Ismail just trying not to get that ball closer to any of the 2 batters. With the extra cover in place, field is feeling more safety into that set of field setting.
It's a little misfield there. Munir Ismail would know better. The common saying that every spin bowler is a gun fielder. Part of the requirements, skill set. Your rapporteur as a spin bowler is you have to be a very efficient and excellent fielder.
Oh, that is up to the pads. Someone right under it. Yes, sir. Pius Oloka, who was seeming like he's taking this game all by himself, is right about now walking back to the dressing room, and big smiles. There you are, Conrad. Just took that with all the confidence on earth you would want.
Piasoloka will be distraught with himself. He knows better. This was the opportunity to bat long and bat for his team. It was short, got in position early and directed it, pull shot towards the mid-wicket region. The height was there, but not the distance. And at the end of the day, comfortable catching practice for Conrad Lubwama. And that will imply more pressure onto his side, the Victoria strikers. They need to find someone in their depth to come through. As the saying, and as the fact is that Lake Bunyonyi in Uganda is the deepest lake. Yet, at the same time, the Victoria strikers need to buy that thought that they too can bat deep. It's okay. You're writing. What is even more sensitive about that matter is that that was actually the final ball, taking it to 10 overs, and that would have meant the halfway stage. It's a time to review, to reflect, and redefine the approach as a unit, as a team. But Pasoloka now, all the best he can do is reflect from the dugout.
Divya into the attack, a couple of steps out of the crease, just swinging hard. But Richard Agamine is a call for 2 runs, a hesitation. And in the end, the double is cut out. Arjuna sort of disappointed not Jaffa to take that double.
With a strong bullet arm of Richard Agamire, trying to run 2 would have been as suicidal as it gets. Very ill-advised, so the better option was to actually allow for it to remain a single.
Oh, that's straight to Baidu Ivan, flicked off the pads. Baiduan is the name today. He just missed out the 4-wicket fall by that Dan Keith opportunity down there in the ropes.
Yeah, Ivan Baidu showing you how it should be done. Just let the ball come to you onto his pads, thighs, and very easy catching. Very well placed, Ivan Baidu, about 10 paces off the 30-yard region. He's able to complete a catch comfortably, some 5 paces off the 30-yard. And that will be more pressure coming onto the Victoria strikers, because it is now Hakuziriame Tionesti coming through as the next batter with all the pressure looking to their team. They are yet to even fast focus on reaching the 3 figures with only the 4 wickets remaining. 3 in the dugout plus the 1 in the middle.
Let's just speak about Baidu Ivan. His situation is quite interesting. When Dan Keith missed out that opportunity, he is overguessed and he stamps the feet on the ground because he just missed out the 4-wicket hold. But there's much more attached to that. He's been sitting out 2 games after the previous overs where he's been operating at over 9 overs. And I think that tells a lot the kind of reaction he has had. Just look at that celebration after the wicket. But that's into the pads. Should be racing all the way for 4 runs.
Divya, not necessarily bowling the kind of strike bowler you need for a new batter. Coming round the wickets, creates that angle, and he falls to that particular trap of going down the leg. Comfortable boundary for Hakuriyami Tionesti.
A very happy man. You could see the moment he took that catch, he just kept lying on the ground, soaking in the whole moment. And that's what exactly happens to anybody who has played sport. You've been off form, and the day you're shining, you just soak in that moment. Straight. I thought that was almost getting straight to Divya. But anyways, Arjuna sneaks in that single. Once again, about the lanky man in Ivan Baidu. Just the brilliant celebration. He was just soaking in that moment, allowing himself to enjoy it. So maybe tomorrow he could be grabbing a 5-wicket haul. Possibly, yes.
The common saying, one brings two. That particular dismissal was in addition, of course, to the earlier one that saw the demise.
But that brings out the 11th over, 65 for 6. On the onside of playing onto the spin there from Arjuna to the deep long on. Change of bowling tactics from Munir, getting right arm round for the left-hander. Is there any right reason for Victoria's strikers to believe?
66 for 6 after 11.1 overs. Belief is one thing, but finding the 116 runs is a whole different ball game, especially when you want that from your bowlers.
Like you've been a batter and I believe you've been under these situations. You've not really pulled off one of those very daunting asks and then just pulled off a game out of no one's maybe thought process.
That almost chance of a run out explains my point very clearly. When two bowlers meet out there, Robert Arjuna is the wicket-keeper batter, but I'm meaning right now the bowling brigade has begun. You don't expect them to bear on their shoulders the responsibility of getting you over 100 runs when you've only managed 60 of the 180. It just doesn't work.
Wow, that's a pretty clean sweep there from the youngster there. And that's an easy 2 for the Victoria Strikers.
Of course, for Uganda, there has been exceptions to the rules in the past. 2001, a case in point, Uganda versus Malaysia. And I think Uganda was already down to 8 wickets. And in walks Kenneth Kamyuka. And Uganda needed, I'm forgetting the exact number of runs, but quite a number of runs, over 160 runs to win the game. Kenneth Kamyuka goes on to score a century. Richard Muami was the partner the other side, managing the 23 runs. And that partnership literally resurrected Uganda's batting prospects. Uganda went on to play very well in that tournament, one of the last tournaments of the intercontinental tournaments. And those few opportunities do happen. But I mean, not only because this is 25 years in history, for these young men, most of them are below the age of 25. They may just hear those as fables, but it's not just a legend, it's a reality that happened. So coming back to our bowlers, a number 10 batter belonging to the Victoria Strikers, I wouldn't fault them for failing to find 100 runs in the next 50 balls.
Okay.
While at that, it is Robert Ajuna who manages a maximum. He's not a ball again. He is a batter as well as a wicket keeper, but that is very well struck.
So yes, well, you speak about that's there. You go in the replay. Diviani being put to the sword, shot angling towards Ajuna, who now is into an open chest stance. Just goes with that swing and sends it all the way to the dressing room. Pretty nice quick arms there. Oh, this time run full pitched up, banged in very hard, and goes all the way into the tennis courts.
I tell you, it seems Robert Ajuna was listening to our conversation, and he says, waited for it well, picked it up right within his arc, and sends it over long off. The attendant in the tennis court number 6 just taking some evasive action because they are flying objects all the way from the next galaxy, courtesy of Robert Ajuna.
So outside of stump, a bottom edge of Ajuna. You speak about the bowling brigade coming into, but we saw the very previous game, Choga Avengers against Mburo Blasters. Owili Robert gets out and everyone thinks this is over. Munir Ismail in the company of Junaid can stitch together a 50-run partnership in this very tournament. Mike Ndiko, could we possibly see another haste today? Ajuna alongside the bowling brigade.
Well, to be exact, Robert Ajuna will give you maybe an extra 30 runs with the way he's hitting, but it will only be a matter of time before he holds out to maybe Juma Miyaji or I beg your pardon, I was calling the wrong placement, and thankfully for Juma Miyaji, he survives that. I beg your pardon for Robert Ajuna, he survives that catch off Divya. But the case here is very clear that it's always a matter of time. Munir Ismail may have given him some bit of breath of fresh air, second life, but he can't sustain the sixes and the hitting required to get the whole 99 now. It was 100 while we were still speaking.
Oh, that's an edge. Should be running all the way 4 runs to close out the over, and that's why it's called a haste.
Educated edge there from young Theonesti Akuziriami, picking up a much needed boundary and getting a very healthy over. A whole 17 runs from that over, very healthy. They will need definitely more than a couple of overs with 20 runs each to get back within range. But the point here we're looking at is still 95 runs required from 42 balls. More than 200% strike rate.
No way. Short and punished from straight to the boundary for 4 runs. That could have actually gone for 6 runs.
Well, he waited for it very well off Munir Ismail. Picked it up early. Didn't try to overhit it, just the timing. The challenge with trying to go for a maximum, sometimes you may end up holding out to a fielder down either in mid-wicket or deep square leg. He intentionally just picks up the gap, Robert Ajuna.
Well battered, good this time round, shuffling and getting enough distance onto the ball. Oh my goodness, brilliant piece of fielding from Richard Agamide to deny fortunate Robert Ajuna another boundary.
Very good fielding display there in front of the head coach of the Cricket Cranes.
Another shot on outside of stumps. Oh my goodness. It's a drop from Richard Agamide, the man who has just put out an exclusive piece of fielding, has just put down the young man.
Well, looks like Robert Ajuna is having the 9 lives, proverbial 9 lives of a cat. But how long can he be able to go on with this? That's exactly what we were talking about. That it will be just a matter of time before he holds out to a more formidable and composed fielder.
Quick thinking, yeah, just steps on the off and soft hand there, just squeezes it through mid-wicket to bring back himself onto strike. Good thinking there and good times to take charge of the moment for Robert Ajuna. End of the 14th over, 94 for 6. Dan Keith replaces Vidya from the shell end with Victoria Strikers looking like they want to believe that the 88 from 6 overs is very much a possibility. Mike just deciding to sort of disagree with that.
I always like the numbers. 88 of 36, the numbers do not lie. It takes a bit of some extraordinary batting to pull off such a haste.
Off the back foot towards point.
Well, that will now be 87 of 35 balls. That is easily in the regions of 230% strike rate. I'll get back to you on those actual arithmetic explanations. I beg your pardon, 48% strike rate.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Another exciting age for the youngster in there. Could it be luck? Could it be intentional?
Tionesti Akzramie making sure that he does his bit without a slip in place. He's always finding that gap through slips. Already 3 boundaries, I think, to his name. And that will be invaluable addition to this partnership. They're just now 1 short of the 3 figures.
Swing into the pads again. The boy having an intent at it, but it's a top edge. And a single to bring Ajuna onto strike.
It's 100 for 6. Victoria Strikers. They now move on to look for the 83. The elusive, I beg your pardon, 82 needed. And the equation is 82 from 33. Tell me about that equation.
It's a sporting game and anything. It's a T20 game. You possibly could see some magic here. That's a slap through covers. Come on, Arjuna. Just a touch of a direction. And the question would be different. The youngster on to strike. We've seen two identical edges that are running to the boundary. Could we possibly see the third one? And if that happens, what nickname could you give him, Mike?
Well, he's still Hakuzi Aramye, Tionesti, but they will make sure that he doesn't become 4 times lucky. He was already been 3 times lucky. Now there is a slip in place. Nothing for free. Okay, they opt for somewhere between a fly, slip is in place.
Oh my goodness, no, I'll not be looking for the edge, but I'll be cutting that very hard. That is good confidence from Theose. There's a chance for a run out, a mix-up, a hesitation from Arjuna, almost running out the young kid. The kid was very unfortunate. The outfield is playing in favor of the Chogaven. That could have easily raced to the boundary.
Amazing scenes. And I really like this young man's guts and courage. He's definitely toying with the field.
Low dipping full toss. Nothing much out of that. It's 5 overs to go with a score at 103 for 6. Munir gets into the attack, continues from the Kampala road end. Ernesto keeping to make the work extremely hard for Choga Avengers. Short outside off stump, bottom edge, inside edge actually. Racing to the boundary, no way. Yes, it's 4 runs. One of the weirdest boundaries we've seen today.
Robert Arjuna continuing to soldier on. He will not give up, but just finding that interesting edge. Will be chased by Divya, almost injuring himself.
Is that the right approach that is required this moment? Or there's a lot more that Arjuna should be doing? Short. Arjuna going over the onside.
Well, the equation still puts it at a strike rate of over 255 required. And I tell you, it's possible theoretically. And it will keep getting exciting this way.
Beautiful, beautiful there. Just granting that ball that was sliding into his pads direction and just giving it enough to just race. But again, the outfield being the difference. Come on, outfield. Give some love to the Victoria strikers.
Well, Hakuzi Aremye Tionesti already getting enough love from the ball affair. He's always found a gap. He's managed to pick up the different spots and spaces, the blank, vacant regions. But that will not be sufficient to reach home. They will need some sixes, some good couple of overs, whether they get over 20 runs.
That was pretty cheeky there from Arjuna. Just made sure he keeps the strike for himself. 16 overs gone and 112 for 6.
Akuziaremye, Tionesti, and Robert Ajuna taking their much needed hydration break because they've really been running. They've been doing the tough job, putting in the hard yards for the victorious strikers. And it's going to be Richard Shona Gamire to come through to try and conclude and wrap up this matter and try to put it to bed, because they know, the Chog Avengers know, that they need to simply pick up a couple of wickets and close off the innings. Easier said than done, because the partnership has really grown now in leaps and bounds. The unexpected partnership, that is.
Couple of steps outside and inside slap through covers, and nothing to stop that but to just concede that boundary from Robert Ajuna.
I tell you, little shimmy down the track, opening up the offside, full extension of the arms, makes good contact, a bit of bottom part of the bat, but enough to get the one bounce for 4. Robert Ajuna moves on to 44 of 31. What a performance from this young man.
Onto the path this time round, but nothing off that. Well, some bat, I didn't really see some bat onto that, and I didn't see any appeal onto that.
I think because of the general direction, that ball was already straying down the leg. The gentleman that Shona Gamire is, he doesn't try to go by those antics of trying to appeal for anything and everything. You'll only appeal where it matters.
Beautiful, exceptional, and that's a nice grab there.
I tell you, Ivan Baidu is quickly coming into contention for play of the match. Already a couple of wickets, dismissals, courtesy of Ivan Baidu at short 45, taken some amazing catches, and especially this one. Shona Gamire full throttle. Ivan Baidu waited comfortably, swallowed it, and just says, thank you for coming. No half century for you today. That angle is very interesting because he's picked up clearly how everything went in full motion. And now it means that the floodgates may just have opened up. I'm not saying Chiza Jonathan can't bat. He can hold his bat. But will he have the appetite to go all the way? With just only the 21 balls left in the innings, trying to look for the whole 66 runs.
The West Indies call it beating the ball. I feel that could be the right answer into this scenario. That's jammed all the way to covers for nothing. Just like Arjuna was showing glimpses of taking the side over the line. There you go, he has to be marching back, and now it is for Jonathan Kiza to pull the strings. Shot outside of stump, slapped, but there is a man in the deep. Nothing really extraordinary out of that. Richard Agamire just adding to his tally of wickets. And not having the worst of figures when you look at him. 19 runs off 1.5 for 1 wicket. That wouldn't be really be bad figures for someone who has been away of the game for quite some long time. Oh, another edge there. This time round, someone is in the deep. So no boundary for Theonesti, but a single for him to close out the 17th over. 118 for 7.
Last 18 balls.
It's Gerard Olipa into the attack from the Kampala Road end.
Certainly also a contender for the player of the match with his 54 of 24 balls, scoring at over 200 strike rate. But the concern is he's coming a little too late to claim any impact as a bowler.
Hesitation there, but that's well sneaked in. Olipa Gerard alongside Richard Agamir, the top bowlers for the Choga Avengers, each of them having 7 wickets. That's a beautiful comeback from Richard Agamir. You would want to give him good credit. And then the 3 wickets for Baidu Ivan sends him into the 3rd position with 5 wickets. He was really biting for that missed opportunity. Banged, but that should be an easy pick. Oh my goodness, enough onto that one for 6 runs.
Munir Ismail making a meal of it. At some point, he looked like he had it well within his view. That was struck hard by Chiza Jonathan. And right at the boundary, staring into his face, just managed to volley it all the way for a maximum.
Another big one there, hit very hard, but there's a man there, Juma Miyaji. But there's a call for 2 runs. That's easily put in. Very good running there from the 2 batters. Oh, there's a shuffle there and 2 stumps, and there's a big appeal. But Simon not interested in that one, denying Olipa that wicket. End of the 10th over, 128 for 7. It's now the captain to come and do the last rites to the man who seems is sinking anytime from now.
one member of the Bowlers Association to another. We know how that always ends. Will he start him up with a bumper or a yorker?
There you go. It is a bumper. Can you feel it? Just look at that smile from Juma Miache. Oh, yeah. You look at that exchange. Look at that exchange. There you go.
It is always an exciting performance from the Bowlers Association. They seem to have an unwritten rule to always entertain the masses. And would you now expect a yorker next to try and clean him up, or just one more bumper still?
That was very, very, very close. Look at the smiles between the ball. But the most interesting part is how Kizak actually was asking out for the call out from the umpire, the one per over. It was a very interesting image there.
Thankfully, the standing leg umpire, because we had an injury to our main standing umpire. Standing umpire, the leg umpire, is a friend of his, so he just smiled back.
Full, almost taking out, nicking that off stump. Kiza should be very, very point on his game, because anytime from now they could just sweep him around.
Well, he's already had the one for the over, so he can be sure it was always going to be a yorker, and he plans ahead of time how to execute that yorker. This time it's a swing and a miss. Anyway, it's a length ball. Such is the beauty and the craft of fast bowling. They deserve their accolades, the fast bowlers. They go through a lot. It's a tough job. Yes, there is sometimes appreciation, but this shorter version, T20 game, tends to belong to the batters always. But they should be appreciated for their efforts. Juma Miyaji at it.
That's a true batting trade from the Bowlers Association, as Mike wants to put it. Now, just take me through. Why was, after that particular bump of Juma towards Kiza, why did he have to smile? And then why was Kiza really interested, the umpire, to call out the one per over?
Well, it's always an expected thing. One bowler will always bounce for the other because they know it's within their ability, it's within their skill set. They can always execute a bumper anytime.
But as I close out the over, I just want, why was Kiza really pushing the umpire to call out the one per over? But anyway, that closes out the 19th over. It's 129 for 7.
That was the exciting penultimate over from Juma Miyaji to both Kiza Jonathan and Akuriziami Tionest, all the way from Kigali, Rwanda. But I tell you, part of the explanation is, I think these gentlemen watch a lot of IPL where you can appeal and have a player appeal for a wide. I think that's the only explanation why Juma Miyaji, I beg your pardon, Kiza Jonathan kept asking the umpire whether he would be having the wide instead of just one for the over. But no harm, no foul. Final over by.
That's a pitch. Oh my goodness. Luther just gifting another boundary for the Victoria Strikers. But you speak about the continuous appeal for the wide. Someone can easily understand this.
That's a big heave. Well struck by Jonathan Kiza. And he deserved his boundary. It's never a good scene when the bowler, the batter tries to insist on getting a particular decision in his favor. But it is at times inevitable. And in the moment, there is nothing really to lose. It's more of the cheeky moment, the light moment from the two players.
Well, that's a powerfully hit. Could be across the line. Yes, there's crossed the line. It's 6 runs for Kiza, taking him to 31. I beg to say, taking him to 22 runs off 12 balls. That was just pitched up, and it was all the power and timing that was doing the talking. Yeah, you would love to say it has been a very strong demonstrations from the Victoria side from the Victoria strikers side, who are pushing this game to as close as they can. Another big one, but it's nowhere so big.
He chooses to pull out of that run, and rightfully so, because being the final over, he feels he can add on a couple of maximums. At the end of the day, you never know, they may help and make it count for the net run rate.
That's a big one this time round too, sending it very, very high and long. 6 runs right into the screen.
That's the justification. Chiza Jonathan giving himself room and a very good golf swing. He has played baseball, but that's more of a golf swing. And finally gives Ivan Baidu the real contention for the player of the match with a 3rd catch in the day.
Beautiful images there. Yeah, you speak about the cruciality of the net run rate. We are seeing at the local league 4 teams struggling, tied on 5 points, and the net run rate issue being very important. But there you go in your images, a very miscued one, and of course nothing to lose, just going over, trying to go over the top. But this time around, it's the bottom part of the bat. An easy 3 catch for Ivan Baidu in the game, and a crucial 3 wickets for himself. Just as Mike put it, high contention for player of the match award. But that has been the last game of the day, and that's the match summary for the game between Choga Avengers and Victoria striker Gerald Oripa. Top scoring with 54 of 24 balls, Kakuru Cyrus 50 of 36 balls, Conrad Rubama 29 of 16. The Honesty coming in with 2 wickets for 4 overs, Kiza 2 wickets in 4, and then Pius Oloka that 1 solo wicket in 3 overs. Victoria strikers were looking on course, but continuous stumbling of wickets there. Only Robert Ajuna coming to the occasion with 44 runs off 33 balls. Kiza 29 of 16. Dionesto once again coming in the batting department, 25 runs off 20 balls. Ivan Baidu, the ball of the day, 3 wickets off 16 runs in 4 overs. Agamire 1 of 2 in 20, and then closing out, of course, Choga Avengers lose warning by 34 runs. Stay tuned, as shortly we shall be getting back for the post-match presentations.
Welcome back. This evening it's been all action right from the morning and this afternoon between the Choga Avengers and the Victoria Strikers. We had quite a thriller, 182 runs posted by the Choga Avengers. Later on, the ranches collapsed along the way. But before we go any further, I would like to have the captain of the Victoria Strikers for a conversation. Kenny, another day. Yesterday was a good day. How about today?
I think today we did fare okay. Obviously a bit disappointed with us not winning the game, but I think we did well. Just that we didn't get more runs in the power play as they did.
Do you think 182 was gettable?
Yeah. Obviously at Lugogo, any score, even 200 can be chaseable, but that means you need to hit the power play well, which we didn't do.
All right, going into the next game, any plans, any thoughts without giving away too much?
I think just same plans, come here, execute our plans, both to the plans, but will hit the power play. If you get 50 plus in the power play, then you can score 180 easily.
All right, commiserations and wishing you all the best in the next game.
Thank you.
That's Kenneth Waiswa, captain of the Victoria Strikers. Juma Miyaji, captain of the Choga Avengers, unbeaten. Today you lost the toss, but you still won. How has been the day?
Well, the day was good. We managed to come and put up a decent score, and it was really good from the batsmen. We did well in the power play, and we managed to set up a good, decent score for us to come and defend.
Altogether, you felt that 180 was sufficient?
Yeah, 180 runs was a decent score to come and defend.
All right, and going into tomorrow, what could be some of your thoughts and the rest of the team?
Definitely winning back-to-back games is one of the most good thing for us because it keeps us going. The momentum is going forward, so it's good for us. We will come back stronger tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much and wishing you all the best in the rest of the games.
Cheers.
Let me request you just to stay around. Juma Miyaji, today it's an extraordinary day. You are unbeaten. No better person than to also pass on the player of the match. It's been quite an interesting contention. Cyrus Kakuru's 50 worth mentioning of 38 balls. And earlier on also, later on in the game, we had from the Victoria Strikers, I beg your pardon, from the Choga Avengers, we had none other than Ivan Baidu picking up 3 wickets and picking up also 3 catches. But the player of the match for the day is none other than Gerald Olipa for his 54 of 24. Well done to you, Gerald Olipa. And I have a little gift for you to be presented by your captain to you. And with that also comes an envelope. You can hold your player of the match in front of you. Gerald Olipa, player of the match. How are you feeling today?
No, it's a great feeling to keep momentum in the team and to keep a positive mindset going forward into the tournament, and staying unbeaten in the tournament is quite wonderful for us, and we'll build on that and come into the next game positive.
Someone kept saying that they need to just bowl that ball closer to you and not allow you to use your long levers. Do you have a solution for that too?
Yeah, I have a solution, but I won't say it out on TV.
Smart man.
Thank you.
Wishing all the best in the rest of the game.
Thank you.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
And so that has been the experience of the day, match day number 5. And commiserations again to the Victoria Strikers. They made a good account of themselves. But the victory today, congratulations, goes to the Choga Avengers, who are still unbeaten on match day number 5. And that is it from us here with the rest of the production team. We say thank you very much. A good evening, good night, and God bless.